Says I'm live. Aloha. Welcome to my channel. All good things and all good time. And this is my news show. The god-awful news. Because if you think the news is bad today, just wait. Tomorrow's gonna be worse. So one promise these horrible criminals who are running our country, these horrible Republicans, are gonna give us every day. It's the only promise they're gonna keep is making the world crappier every day. While they march, they're putting the world is like being run by these guys. It's like a train, on fire at 100 miles an hour headed for a cliff into a volcano. And it's not very funny. I do have a little congestion, pardon me. Aloha. Hey, I got 2 people. Thank you for watching. I gotta turn this up on the big screen. Oh yeah. I can put it on the other big screen. Pardon me. This allows me to see comments if I want to. Yeah, anyway, I wish we had good people running this country, running the world, as it were, running all the countries. People that just wanted to make life better for everybody. I don't know why anyone would want to become a leader if they didn't want their legacy to be making the world a better place. It kind of makes no sense to me. I think any sane person on this planet would like to leave the world a little bit better than they found it. So we're going to go over the news, the god-awful news, all the terrible news. There's so much of it. But first, we're going to talk about anything else, something else. I just had a comment by a guy who says I don't have any friends. My family are a bunch of selfish, delusional people, and man, it was heartbreaking. And I can only sympathize and empathize. And then I went and looked at his channel, and he seems like a pretty young guy. Which is sad. Anyway, since the fire, thanks for the hearts. Since the fire, I have been making new friends. I lost everything in the fire here in Hawaii 2.5 years ago. And of all the things that I have found solace in, happiness in, it's, of course, keeping old friends. The good ones, they're there. But making new friends. And I have become a student at the community college. That's been a source of new friendships. Yeah, thank God that happened in the previous administration. If it happened during this administration, oh my God, it would have been so much worse. And most of all of our, the funding for FEMA and for our help had been appropriated and sent out before Trump got into office. Thank God. I can only imagine. I feel so sorry for all the people in the places, some of the disasters are in places where people voted for this, right? They voted to chop the legs out from under. Is Steve Bannon your day? If Steve Bannon was good looking, It's funny, when my hair first grew out, I go like this, this is my Steve Bannon. But yeah, no, that guy's pretty messed up. Funny though, you got a sense of humor there. Terrible times, which is what the Republicans have been bringing the world. Terrible times. Anyway, so back to making friends. Going to the community college. Started paddling canoe again last year. I'm gonna go to practice hopefully Saturday. I've been putting it off this whole week. I've been working out in anticipation of my first outrigger canoe practice. Getting back into, hey, what's up, John? Love you, bro. The news has been so bad, it's disrupted my cognitive capacities. And that's one of the 4 aspects of PTSD. From whatever I got it from. Perhaps I got it from other things in life too, but the fire was definitely something that affected me and everybody in my community. But one of the four aspects of it is avoidance or procrastination. Um, Not doing something. Sometimes it's not doing everything. When you see a hoarder, those hoarding programs, it's always somebody who suffered some PTSD and didn't overcome the avoidance, and eventually it just stacked up everywhere around them. Generally speaking, I've been doing a pretty good job of getting most of the little things done in life. As of late, included had a lot of appointments and schoolwork. I'm keeping my head above water in school, although I dropped almost all my classes except for one. My one class I am getting an A in, and that feels good. Who knew? Listen, um, if you've never been to school, and if you're this guy who sent the message saying that he's alone, has no friends, his family sucks, um, especially if he was a young guy, sign up at your community college. Take one class. The kid was a guitar player. Take a intro guitar class, right? Take one class. Get an A. Start out your community college experience with a 4.0, and then move forward, right? You will make new friends. You will have things to feel good about. But once you accumulate a few classes and you've got a great grade point average, you can apply and become a member of the Honor Society, which I am now a member of. And after that happened, I started getting invitations from schools around the country to come, please apply here, including a Ivy League school, which is fascinating to me. I've never been a honor student before in my life. And so, set goals, make challenges for yourself, get out your house, right? All good things in life, every great thing that'll ever happen to you in your life, all started with the beginning of the story being you walked out your front door. So I am well. Thanks for asking. So get out your front door. Go serve your community. Go spend time with a friend. Go make a new friend. If you've got a Planet Fitness near you, it's $15 a month, I think, for a membership. Go to the gym. Get some exercise. Take care of yourself. Right? Eat healthy food, real food. Right? Things that don't come in a package. Things that animals and plants. And sleep well. Keep your conscience clean. Don't do any harm, and then you should have an easy time sleeping really well. And choose to have a good attitude. Like that's the best we can do, most of us. If your influencers aren't influencing you in those directions, then they're not cool. Anyway, so yeah. I've been working on getting a job now for 5 months. It's still ongoing. Most recently, I never experienced this in the past. For contrast, like when I first moved here, almost 30 years ago, I got hired the day I arrived, and then the day after I arrived, and I started working the day after that. Right? I got hired. Anyway, but so this process of getting a government job has been a pain in the arse, and I recently had to do an occupational medical exam. I didn't know what these were. If you ever have to do that, be ready. Like, I didn't know I was going to be asked to touch my toes. I would have practiced a little bit, They tested my hearing, my vision. I didn't realize my right eye is pretty good, but my left eye is a little blurry. Didn't realize that. I don't really go to the doctor very often because I'm generally in pretty good health. And so, yeah, anyway. But one of the things he did, which was very uncomfortable, I do not wish this upon you. The doctor jammed his finger in my belly button and said, "You have a 5 millimeter umbilical hernia. I'm going to have to report that." I said, "Okay, whatever." So then I had to go see a nurse practitioner to get a referral to go see someone to do an ultrasound on my belly button. And then now I have to go see a general surgeon to write me a doctor's note saying I can be hired. And that is, I think, the final step. And then I do an online 10-hour course from the Red Cross, and then I'll be a probationary employee for 6 months. So I applied for this job November 15th. I bet you I'm not a full-fledged employee, should I get to that point, until like December. More than a year past the time. But the job I'm applying for, AI will never be able to replace. In 10 years, I'll be eligible for a pension. Right away, they take out 8% of my income from the very beginning for a pension. And unless I stay there 10 years, I guess it all gets thrown in the wind. But I'll be in my late 60s when that happens, so it'll be a good time to get a pension. Anyway, and it'll be the lowest paying job I've had since I was a busboy as a teenager. Nevertheless, day by day, I'm working forward, out of this hole that the fire put me in. Before the fire, I had this great job serving breakfast at a expensive breakfast place right on the ocean. It was a beautiful place. I got off work at noon every day, and it was a great lifestyle. And I was saving money. I had affordable rent. The people that rented to me had no need to raise my rent, which they hadn't done for 10 years, because the house is paid off and they're good people. And anyway, and if I am, as I'm pretty much expecting it, but I don't want to expect it. I'm 99% sure I'll be invited, as I have been already, but anything could happen. It's not up to me. I'll be invited to live in the same house I once lived in, which will be a brand new house, and that will be a couple of 100 yards away from this new job. And this new job will allow me to have my days off on my school days. And this new job is a job I'll be able to do homework at work. So I'll be able to continue as a student, work full-time, get in good shape, stay in good shape, work towards a pension, have pretty good benefits, have a job that AI can't take, and probably be able to walk to work in 5 minutes most days, unless I have to go somewhere else on the island to do the job. And in that case, I have a Toyota, so I'll be able to get to work. So anyway, I'm avoiding right now. I'm practicing one of the aspects of PTSD. I'm avoiding the bad news while I talk about some positive things. I have recently started bench pressing. Now, if you start going to the gym, if you already go to the gym, you might understand this. Throughout my entire history of exercising and working out, I grew up playing a lot of sports. I played a few college sports. It's been part of my life, although I took about a 20-year break, and so leaving me with this unattractive body, and probably insulin resistance and visceral fat and whatever. Anyway, right, throughout your time in a gym working out, you might not do abs, you might not do cardio, right? You might not work your legs. You may or may not do bench press, right? You might have strengths and weaknesses in the gym, and which is my story, and it's changed, different things, different times. Nevertheless, when I got back in the gym, I tried to focus on cardio, and I've been doing 60 to 90 minutes of cardio, which is pretty good, even though I'm still super fat. My heart can handle a load, which is good. That sounds a little silly. But I haven't been doing any ab work. And when I found out about this umbilical hernia, I started doing some ab work. And at the community college, there's a free gym, one of the many great assets there. And it has an old school bench press. So I've been starting on the bench. Of course, if you go to a gym, start with the lightest weights possible. Your mindset should be that I'm going to be here forever. There's no rush to try to get strong or big muscles, whatever, right? So on the tree of little dumbbells, I started with the 3 and the 5 pounders, and now I'm at the bottom of the rack, which is only 20 pounds, but whatever. And then with bench, I started with the bar, which is 45 pounds, and now I'm almost to the point where I can put, one plate on both sides, which is 45, 2 45s plus the bars. It's 135 pounds. I used to love going to a gym and just putting a plate on and because it makes you feel good about yourself when you're lifting a little bit of weights and you got the biggest weight on there. Um, anyway, so that's all positive. I've been swimming. Been finally got into the mountains. Did a hike the other day. I need to do more of that. Um, but yeah, now because I'm finally doing some abs, finally doing some chest. I'm still not doing legs, but I'm doing all that cardio, which is I just do the elliptical. I need to start branching out and doing the stair stepper and all that other stuff. Maybe the bike. Maybe try running a little bit. Running is a little bit not so fun when you got a bunch of extra weight bouncing up and down. So, whoo, excuse me. My black coffee is spilling. Um, so I'm just saying, all right, well, I'm doing all this cardio, and so that's enough for my legs, and they're getting stronger, but I really should work on my legs. That's the one thing I'm still not doing any of. Um, but be forgiving, allow yourself to do whatever you want in the gym. Just show up. That's the key to everything in life, but also, you know, getting healthy. Just go to the gym. Even if you just walk in, even if you just go there, take a shower and leave, you get in the habit of showing up, right? There's that old saying, if you go hang out at a barbershop, you're likely to get a haircut, or you hang out at a bar, you're likely to become an alcoholic. If you show up, hang out at the gym, you're likely to get in better shape. So I've been doing that, which is positive. And man, Planet Fitness is amazingly affordable. Man, it's great. But man, not a good place for a Republican, because they're all about inclusiveness, diversity, equity, making people feel invited, making them feel comfortable in there. There's signs on the walls. It's their whole business model is inclusiveness, which is everything that Republicans are afraid of. Which is just so sad for them. I do want to point out something that's cool. This friend of mine, girlfriend of mine, friend who's a woman, a friend who I made a friend through my channel, like a lifelong friend. She's come and stayed with me twice here in my emergency housing, which is nicer than I deserve. But she found a book of matches from my grandfather's restaurant, and I had never seen anything like it, from the Hamilton House in San Anselmo in Marin County. My grandpa had this. I've seen one picture of him behind the bar. He raised money for the March of Dimes, and so the bar was always full of silver dollars that people would tape onto the bar for charity. And then, but just the coolest, most thoughtful thing ever. So I thank you. I thank you, my friend Lauren, and you are welcome here. I think I've got like maybe 9 more months in this amazing, with this amazing roof over my head here in Hawaii, and it is open, as you already know. Do your best. Have a good attitude. Make new friends. Set goals. Make progress. Even little amounts of progress are progress, right? Choose to have a good attitude. It's the only thing you have any control over. So, control it. Make it a good one. And make your life about making the world a better place and leaving it a better place than you found it. Thought I was in Fairfax where the 7-Eleven... Yep. Well, Fairfax. Yeah, Fairfax. Close to San Anselmo. You're right. Yeah, it is where the 7-Eleven was. He owned that property. Thank you, John. That's for your specifics. Right across from Deer Park. And he owned the hillside above it. According to my mom, he helped women back in the day connect with... I imagine he had a doctor friend. He had these cabins up behind the restaurant, and he had a doctor friend that would help women who needed to terminate a pregnancy safely, right? When women died from getting reproductive health care, which is just a fascinating thing. My mom never explained the details, but she She remembered hearing conversations. She know that happens. She knows that that happened by her memories. I wish she'd been more. She'd elaborated more, been able to, but an interesting thing to have. And he was friends with old Rudy Bush, who owned the Buckeye restaurant, which is now partly owned by, maybe fully, but I think the Bush family still owns like half of it. And they sold the other half, who run it, to the people who have the famous wine country restaurant Mustard's. And so it's now a posh place. And right above the Buckeye was old Grandma Bush, who my mom grew up around. But I grew up with her grandkids. And Rudy Bush was my Little League baseball coach as a kid. And one of his wife, one of my friends to this day, I hope to really get together with him. We communicate once in a while, but there's this great story about how old Grandma Bush helped Metallica in their youth. Like, they would stay at her house, I think, and like, she was an old lady that was really cool also. But I need to get more details about that story. I remember hearing that story as a young man, and I'd love to get the details about that. Gertrude Bush, I think, was her name. Anyway, life is good. Santa Cruz, what's up, Santa Cruz? That's a cool town. You know what Santa Cruz has going for it is there's no major, no major highways really go through there. You know, it's kind of out of the way. Anyway, all right. So what is going on? Let's see. What else? Yeah, life is good. Got some strong ass coffee here. Cheers to y'all. Let's get into the god awful terrible news. Sorry the news is so bad. Try to find some levity in there. Some things to make fun of, some people to make fun of. Cheers. Like all these right-wing jackass fools. Oh my God. Is there one like right-wing influencer that's halfway normal? Oh my God, this looks maxing weirdo. Oh my God, should I be hitting my chin with a hammer to try to be something? I don't know, better looking, more manly. It's just, all right. So, there's one really great thing to report on it. I doubt most of you have seen this. But if you've watched my channel, you know that I have been an advocate for people who do the news to say his full real name. His real name, like this douchebag, this leprechaun that runs the FBI, has merchandise, right? All adhering and as an aspect of his nickname. The leader of the leprechaun who runs the FBI, yeah, his real name is Cash Yap. It's not Cash. That's something he markets himself as, right? And for God knows whatever reason, I've never heard anybody use his real full name. It's the one comment I have left for 100 different people making news, independent, you name it, cable news people. Anyway, the great Lawrence O'Donnell, who is a smart guy. I think he was once in Congress. He has perspective that many of us don't. He's also fearless and calls truth to power all the time. And Lawrence O'Donnell just used the leprechaun that runs the FBI's real name, Cash Yap Patel. God bless him. Let's hope someone else uses it too. We start hearing other people use it. I don't know why anybody would use his nickname. We don't use anybody else's nickname when we refer to them in the world through news channels, but Lawrence O'Donnell called him Cash Yap. He used his name, his real name. He said his real name. So thank you, Lawrence O'Donnell. I doubt you're ever going to see this or know that I exist, but I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. All right. Thanks, Lawrence O'Donnell. Okay. So I applied for financial aid finally. I'd never done that before in my life last December, and I just recently got a couple of checks. Another reason to go to school and do your best to get good grades, right? What if you could get some money for being a student? It didn't occur to me for a long time. I mean, I've been back in school now for 2 years since the fire. You know, just taking 1 or 2 classes at a time because that's about all my bandwidth can handle. And I applied for it and I received financial aid, and I just started getting checks. In fact, the first one was this little $69 check. But then I got 2 more that were bigger, much bigger, and they came like a miracle. If you haven't heard me say this before, I have this unusually, what seems like good luck. Just when I really need it, something comes out of left field that is a big help to me. And this started when I was a young man. When I was a young man, I rode a bicycle across the United States 3 times to raise awareness for the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Secondarily, first I did it to raise awareness for the Missing Children's Help Center in Tampa, Florida. That was the first organization I contacted. But then that led me on that trip from Tampa. I said, if I can make it from California to Florida and I still feel good, now maybe I'll keep going. And I did, and so I did. And it turns out that the Missing Children's Help Center, run by this lady, Ivana DeNova, who lost her niece, her 9-year-old niece disappeared. She was friends with John Walsh from America's Most Wanted. And so I left Tampa, the Missing Children's Help Center, and I rode to Washington, D.C., where I met up with Ivana DeNova, and she was trying to pitch the NFL Players Association to do a fundraising golf tournament, right? And so I get to Washington, D.C. I go to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, where Ernie Allen is the executive director. And John Walsh happens to be there consulting with the family that had just lost their kids. And he gave me a little plaque, and he was super congratulatory, super nice. He said, hey, I'm filming my show like tomorrow. You want to come watch it? I was like, yeah. So then the next day I went and watched him film America's Most Wanted. I was like the one guest on set because they don't have an audience. There were a bunch of like FBI guys there protecting him because, you know, he's going after the worst of the worst. He actually does go after the worst of the worst. Yeah, you know what I mean? Whereas Republicans are just lying to us about everything, but also about going after the worst of the worst. They are the worst of the worst, right? No, we're going after them. No, you are them. Anyway. So that was cool. Anyway, that was my. But back then, I mean, I got one story after another from the very first day. Like, first day I rode 55 miles from San Rafael, California, down Larkspur Ferry Terminal, across to the Embarcadero where I did a radio interview with Stephen Seaweed, the weed man at KRQR, the rocker. And then I set out going down the California coast. I got to Half Moon Bay State Beach where I put up a tent and slept my first night. And when I got off the phone, when a guy in front of me got off the payphone, which was the only way I could communicate back then, this was the summer of '89, the gentleman in front of me said, hey, my wife and I are cooking dinner. You want to come over? And so I got invited. They cooked me a hot spaghetti dinner. And that was my first day, and it just never stopped. Never stopped. I got so many stories. I really need to write a book because it's, in general, like 99.9% of this book would just be about how wonderful the real people are in the real world, right? We're surrounded by really good people all the time who will go out of the way for each other. And that's all I experienced. Anyway, but it's continued my whole life. I can't really explain it, but I tend to have good luck when I really need it, or good things happen when I really need them to, and that hasn't stopped. And to this day getting financial aid right when I really need it. I 4 months ago, I applied for food stamps. I was granted them. I got them for 3 months, and I tried to explain, I'm trying to do the right thing. I'm working on getting a job, and I'm past the point where, like, like, they wrote me a letter saying I'm employed, even though I'm not employed yet. I have yet to be able to work my first hours. Anyway, turning in a proof of employment ended up getting me canceled from SNAP benefits. But I'm thankful that I had them for 3 months, and I have been, with no shame, we have a food bank store here on the west side of Maui that fire survivors have been given access to, and I'm going to keep going there. Hopefully I won't need to at some point, and I'll be able to stop, but at least I've got that going for me. And I have been collecting. They have a lot of canned food there, things I might not collect, but with the world in such turmoil, with the news so bad, like catastrophically bad, I am saving cans of food for the possibility that there's major disruptions in the world. Hawaii depends massively on food being imported here for us to survive. So, of course, my dream is to have a piece of property here that I can grow a massive garden on and hedge my bet that way also, but that will take partnerships. I do not have the resources to do that alone. So, and yeah, anyway, so anyway, thank you, Lawrence O'Donnell, and thank you to the financial aid people. That's awesome. Have you heard, people, it's tax day? Yesterday was tax day? I don't know. I'm not paying my taxes because I don't have an income. I'm not on their radar. I have a friend who never filed taxes his whole life. He's now in his 60s, and he's collecting Social Security. Turns out you don't need to ever file your taxes in order to get Social Security, because in many cases, people at the bottom, blue-collar workers, we're already being taxed so much so that we are owed money, or it's so nominal that it's just, they don't, nobody cares. And the guy in the White House doesn't pay taxes, so I'm sure there are a lot of his followers that are like, I'm just going to be like my dear leader, my cult leader, and not pay my taxes also. But then there's also people now that are protesting the war that we decided to start by not paying their taxes, which is all very interesting. Anyway, my goodness. Oh, man. All right, what else is going on? All right, so I'm going to do a bunch of shout outs to all the people, not all, some of the people I like to watch, which are many. I appreciate all the content that content creators create, the people doing, one news story after another. Also, how about the protests of the people who are, having their lives destroyed by these politicians? The warehouse that burns down, Luigi, all these interesting forms of protest. I guess the guy in charge of ChatGPT, his house was, somebody threw a Molotov cocktail at it. Apparently that's on Russian Hill in San Francisco, which if I'm correct about this, I'm pretty sure Russian Hill is the windiest street in America, right? The famous one in San Francisco, which means somebody threw a Molotov cocktail at his house on Russian Hill and then sped away on the windiest road. Their getaway was the windiest street in America, which is a little bit funny, just because obviously there was no quick getaway, etc. I'm just not surprised. I'm not surprised. But yeah, so Vic Myers, Great guy, making content. He's also running for office, state office. He wants to unseat this unscrupulous piece of shit Republican in Colorado. A guy who turned his back on veterans in Congress, which Vic talks about. God bless Vic Myers. Gunny Gunnarsson. By the way, if you're one of these dumb shit Republican morons who doesn't understand what a man's man is, what a real man is, well, you're never going to understand it if you watch Republican douchebags lie to you about everything. But Vic Myers is a man's man, a real man. Gunny Gunnarsson is a man's man, a real man. God bless that guy. He rides around on his motorcycle with a giant flag that says, fuck Trump. And he'll take anybody that wants to debate him. And he ain't taking shit from nobody. God bless him. Anyway, Kyle Kalinske, that guy is always going after the toughest stories. I just love how often he says, bro, and he swears all the time. And you know, he's got his own brand, but he also takes on like the gnarliest stories. Like he just did one about people revolting against billionaires. Like he's got to be putting a target on his back as much as anybody. Pardon me, I got this massive coffee supply. I measure my coffee cups in terms of pints. And if you're drinking coffee, I recommend you drink it black. It's the only way coffee is like healthy for you is if you drink it black. And if you didn't know this, at Starbucks, 50 cents for a refill. You get a giant coffee at Starbucks, go to refill it, it's only 50 cents, which is cool. In the past, you know, the normal thing for most places would be free refills. But that's sort of a play on that. But a lot of people don't know that, you know. There's this channel called Dark Brandon that breaks down situations and people using animation, which is pretty cool. I wish I had those skills. How about Drewski making fun of evil Erica Kirk? Oh my God. Oh, let's talk about her because it just haunts me. This guy, and I don't recommend becoming a subscriber because this guy did hit pieces on Kamala Harris, right? Saying, oh, she's coming after your guns. And he talked about it like, they're coming after like he's obviously a gun owner who's worried about his guns being taken away, which is not a rational concern. But this guy, Disturbing Illusions, found a tape in the Epstein files of Erica Kirk procuring young girls, a conversation with a young girl for Jeffrey Epstein, which is just nuts. Like, oh my God, how many people like worked for this guy to help him commit crimes or participated in the crimes he participated in, and how horrific. Oh, the name of this, I put the words together because it's probably no coincidence that the war that we call Epic Fury has the same initials as the Epstein files. Maybe a way to water that all down. I don't know. But my God, it's worth looking up and listening to. Go to Disturbing Illusions. Don't become a subscriber. And because this guy is the guy who tries to get people just as afraid of Democrats as Republicans. And I realize there are some negative things to be said. There are some people who aren't good people in the Democratic Party. Eric Swalwell sounds like he may very well be a man who took advantage of women. That seems to be coming out. Or is it a big conspiracy theory? Is it a hit job? I don't know. But it's no surprise to anyone that a politician turns out to be a crappy guy. Yeah, anyway. This guy, yeah, so he had this one, he did one video about Erica Kirk's taped conversation with a underage girl who she was procuring for Jeffrey Epstein, and it's just gross. Where the girl's like, well, concerned about how much she's going to get paid, and And she's like, well, if I do more stuff, I'll get more money. And what if I bring my sister? And it's definitely Erica Kirk's voice. We all unfortunately know what that sounds like. But good job to Drewski for making fun of her. That's some beautiful shit. And that has been seen by more people than anything. I mean, more people watch Drewski's making fun of Erica Kirk than I think watch the Super Bowl. There's this guy, Bill Jubran, who takes no shit and who loves to call out these MAGA morons. This attractive woman, Lauren Piretra, I think she's in the big tent of Midas Touch. But I've been enjoying her content. Richard Ojeda, guy's another man's man, like Bill Jubran, all these solid guys, you know. Jack Cocciarella. Oh yeah, Hawk's podcast. Hawk just did a thing I watched that was good, where he calls out Pete Hegseth as being a war criminal, and you can't get pardons for war crimes. Of course, we've murdered 160 people in boats. No proof of criminal activity. We're just murdering them, right? Over 100 boats now, and now off the coast of Mexico, I guess, as well, on the California side. But then, I mean, all these, yeah. Anyway, so who else? Corrine Strait on Really American. She is awesome. And let's talk about Amy Goodman. She's got this movie coming out. Something like "Stop This Story," please stop this story, or something. But I suspect she's going to be celebrated and well known more than many soon. She is of Democracy Now! And Amy Goodman is this fearless reporter. I didn't know. I was listening to her in an interview. She happens to be Jewish, and she, you just gotta love these nice people who happen to be Jewish, who speak truth to power, and who aren't under the sway of the country of Israel. It seems to have its fingers in a lot of pies, and it's getting a lot of backlash. A lot of people are complaining a lot about Israel and Zionism, and of course there's a war on these people being waged, right, by our government, by the Israeli government. They want to persecute, prosecute, who knows, maybe even do worse. Yeah, she is. Amy Goodman is an OG. She is an old gangster taking no shit. And she's just this petite little fearless woman. God bless her. Really, I think a lot of the best reporting I've ever seen, it comes out of her. In fact, this one question mark. I called in live on what's that lady's Talking Politics. Anyway, they took my call. I barely got one joke out. They laughed at me for not being funny, they thought, which is fine. But I had like 4 questions I wanted to ask them. And one of them is, how come no one has ever reported on Ziklag, this evil religious group of sociopaths that hide behind Jesus and the Bible as they do crime and harm to our country, try to conflate politics with religion, which is both a crime against your religious beliefs and a crime against your country. There's nothing worse than that. If you want to be a traitor to your religion and to your country, try to merge evil right-wing politicians with your religious beliefs, based on typically the lie that taking away women's reproductive health care is in some way good or protects life or whatever. It is pro-death. Republicans are pro-death. Christians who believe those lies are pro-death. There's nothing pro-life about it. If you want to make sure you kill women, best way to do is take away their reproductive health care. Anyway, God bless that Amy Goodman. But yeah, how come I've never heard anybody else report on Ziklag? She interviewed ProPublica, who'd done this story. This was all well before Trump was elected. And to this day, I've never heard anybody report on that. These sick, twisted people who hide behind religion as they destroy our country. But it's the families that own huge corporations that are working behind the scenes, to create all the chaos and the disgusting shit we're seeing out of the Republican Party, doing harm and crime every day in every way. And the other questions I had, and this is a little funny, but it's true. Like, how come not one reporter has ever asked J.D. Vance about his gay-ass eyeliner? Like, bro, what is wrong with this guy? Somebody just say, hey man, so who does your makeup? Does your wife do your makeup? Do you do your makeup in the morning? Who does your eyeliner? Do you have a makeup artist? Is that a tattoo? Like, it is just so weird and so disturbing to see this douchebag. And now he's on stage at a Burning Point USA thing, empty stands, talking about how the Pope should be careful about what he talks about, and what real men and real Americans. He doesn't represent anybody. Oh my God! But no reporter has ever asked him, "Hey, what's up with your eyeliner, dude? Like, who does your makeup?" Freak weirdo Republican, just all of them are so weird. And so the furthest thing from a man's man is J.D. Vance. All right, this guy is just douchebag on the highest level. Anyway, he's probably going to be president pretty soon because this failing traitor is going to die soon. And yeah. Anyway, let's see. Who else do I love to? Oh, how about that Hassan Piker? They love to call him an anti-Semite, all because he's against genocide. There aren't any sane people that want to see other innocent people harmed, right? The demonization of others, which is the first step. When you want to harm people, the first thing you do is demonize them. Somehow separate them from humanity, from yourself. And we are all interconnected, interrelated. We're all part of the same human thread in this world. And whenever you hear or see someone doing that, they're an asshole, and they're just trying to set up harm being done, right? And so, Hassan Piker and a lot of people aren't afraid to call that out. Don Lemon, God bless that guy. How about this lady, Sheila Zolnor? She is feisty, and she makes great content too. I've been enjoying that. But not to be outdone by the I've Had It ladies. Gotta love them, and they're winning awards. I've been with them and Midas Touch since they had like a couple 100,000 subscribers. Now they've got like almost 2 million, and freaking Midas Touch is over 6 million. Again, Midas Touch is a bunch of nice Jewish boys, right? Calling out Israel, which is nice to see, because one isn't necessarily the other. It's not anti-Semitic to be against genocide, right? Nor has it ever been, nor will it ever be. But they're trying so hard, and they've lost so much good faith, right? Like growing up in the 70s and 80s, because of the Holocaust and because of the TV show The Holocaust, everyone has been sympathetic to the plight of the Jewish people, the Jewish religion coming out of World War II. And they have completely thrown away all of the good, all of the deference that they've been given because of that, right? They've just thrown it away, and you see it everywhere. Everybody talk to, and now young people are growing up having these thoughts. When usually this stuff was so far on the back burner, out in the Middle East, Israel, no one was thinking about it. Nobody even cared, unfortunately. But when they just started, they've killed 150 women and children for everyone that was killed on October 7th. Um, and as someone said to me, well, did you expect otherwise? And I was like, no, I didn't expect otherwise, but it's still not very fun to watch. Um, and it's so weird how like, oh well, this is going to make somebody unpopular. It's like the Iran war, right? We're doing all this on the behest of Israel. This is all Netanyahu's wet dream of trying to expand out and take over, half of the Middle East. It's crazy. It's crazy because we should be at a time and a point in history, as has been mentioned, where we just stop killing each other, trying to take over countries. Maybe we just say, okay, let's just leave borders where they are and let's work together to try to make the world a better place. Is that so hard? Apparently it is. You gotta love Rick Strom on TYT. I love how he calls truth, but he's funny because he'll go back and do a story from a month or two ago and bring it back into consciousness. There's also this guy that just makes conspiracy file content called the Conspiracy Files, and he's pretty good. I enjoy his content as well. I'm glad I'm not the one sifting through Epstein files and finding stuff and reporting on it and connecting the dots, because man, that would not, it would not produce many positive thoughts. I already have freaking nightmares from the news, literally. The other thing is, how come no one, I've never seen any mainstream, anybody report on this, right? Even though we're hearing, oh, aliens are real, right? That's all we're hearing in the news. Aliens are real. They've been here. We've had contact with them. We've got technology from them. Blah, blah, blah. There's all these instances, right? But no one ever talks about the alien interview number 1, alien interview number 2, number 3, and number 4, where an alien tells us what we're going to do right now. He tells us this a little more than a half century ago. He tells us that this is going to happen in a little more than a half century, and that we're going to alienate all of our allies, right? Check. He says we're going to turn ourselves into mush with all the things that tap into the dopamine receptors and serotonin in our brains. Check. We're going to be threatened by artificial super intelligence. His exact words, right? This is an alien telling us this in the 60s. Artificial super intelligence is going to fuck with our future a lot and make life unsafe and dangerous. Check. Political tribalism and religious dogma are going to tear our society apart while we alienate ourselves from all the other countries, our allies, and that we're going to potentially destroy all the evidence in the process, which is why the alien's back here to observe, and the alien's like, I am an evolutionary descendant of you, like what if, for instance, we set off some nuclear bombs in Iran, and or we make ourselves hated so much that people send them our way, right? And it wipes out, say, 90% of life on Earth. But the billionaires with the technology, they'll burrow underground, and then, the Elon Musks will surface, and technology will continue to, AI will develop it, and then we figure out how to travel through space and time, and without any real light on us, maybe we evolve differently to look like this alien. Anyway, alien interview number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4 by many things is so compelling. Everything this alien says makes 100% sense, and I've never heard anybody report on it. You know what I mean? But the alien tells us, that we're going to kill ourselves, right? And the war in Iran looks like it could be the thing that is the catalyst, if this is going to happen, to make that happen, which gives me a little bit of anxiety, right? I kind of want to live a really long life. I want to know that my kids and grandkids are going to have a good life here on Earth, right? It would only make sense for us if we weren't stupid to want to protect the environment, right? Which is why Republicans are so much worse than Democrats all day, every day. Number one, they want to take away women's rights, women's reproductive rights, women's contraceptive rights, women's right to vote. I mean, it's just disgusting. Everything Republicans do is disgusting. So attacking women, right? After George Bush stole the election in 2000, he could have said, you know, now that I've won the election, Al Gore was right. We should try to take care of the planet, you know. But no, Republicans just went down the road of, it's all a bunch of hoax. It's lies. Who cares about the environment? You know, we don't need to. Whatever. Just stupid, ignorant, and dangerous. And just at the time in history when we should have been working really hard to get our shit together as humans, Republicans have, it's all a hoax, right? Just lies and ignorance, just on full display. The ocean has risen. Beaches are disappearing. Right in front of this building, there used to be a beach. There ain't one anymore. So it's everywhere. PFAS chemicals, the chemicals that make plastic, the bisphenol A, all this horrible crap that Republicans are poisoning us with. It's just so discerning. And then guns, man. We never needed military assault rifles on the streets of our country. If we need a right to bear arms, it should only be for revolvers, shotguns, and bolt-action rifles. You could make an argument that we don't even need those, which is true. There's never been a day where I was like, oh shit, how am I going to get through my day? I forgot my gun. Now, I get it. If you live in Alaska and you got the threat of bears, or you live in Northern California and you got to worry about rattlesnakes, you know, you might need some buckshot to take out a rattlesnake. You might need a 357 Magnum to shoot at a bear that's coming for you. But there's never been a day in my life where I was like, oh shit, how am I going to get to work without my gun? How am I going to eat dinner? How am I going to go to school? We shouldn't need guns, right? We should be a peace-loving people. And ironically, the reason we have a right to bear arms is to protect ourselves from an oppressive government that wants to put soldiers in our houses and shit like that, right? One of the two reasons gun owners like to say they're gun owners is, to shoot a tyrant in the face. Yet all these MAGA morons who claim that elected a tyrant, and now we're being run by, and now we have tyranny in the United States, thanks to, I guess, dumb shit gun owners. Not to mention, if you're a hunter or a fisherman, you should be an environmentalist. You should give a shit about clean air, clean water, right? The only way you can shoot a deer that you're going to want to eat is if it lives in a pristine environment, or an elk, right? Or a fish needs to be in a pristine environment for it to be something you would want to eat, right? So if you're not voting for anyone other than a Republican, you're an idiot. If you hunt and fish. I mean, if the first people that should be environmentalists are hunters and fishermen, but often they are not. They are brainwashed by whatever dumb shit conservative lies are brought in front of them. They're made to fear this or fear that. I don't get it. None of it makes any sense. All right, what else? All right, so, and I have my own, I've had it. I've had it with the damn post office. So if you get a post office box, first of all, after the fire, they kept our mail for us for 6 months. And then they were like, now we're just going to send it back. You got to find a new place for your mail to go. So that sucked. So like 2 months after that, I got a P.O. box. Fine. Now, P.O. boxes used to be, 15 years ago, they were $106 for a year. Now it's $250. So thanks, Trump, for raising the price of mailboxes. But the effing post office won't let you pay for your mailbox until like 2-3 weeks before it's due, the money's due. And then after, if you don't pay it on time, because maybe you don't check your mailbox more than twice a month, right? They pull your mailbox, and then you got to reprove all the shit you got to prove, which is like, you got to bring a freaking, it's worse than voting. You got to bring your driver's license, which is impossible to get, and your birth certificate. Just having your driver's license isn't enough to get a post office or to get a P.O. box. Anyway, I've been going there saying, hey, can I pay for it? Can I pay for it for next year? Nope, it's too early, it's too early. Finally, it became within 2 weeks, and I just paid for it, $250. What is that? It's like almost $1 a day. It's almost 20, it's ridiculous. It's more than my gym membership. But anyway, it's necessary, and it makes no sense. You should be able to put it on auto pay. What if you want to travel? You know, what if you go somewhere for a month or two? It's just awful. So now I know that if I want to keep my address, I have to always be here, like 2-3 weeks out. Or I guess I think they'll allow you to go to another post office in another part of the country and pay it there also. But why wouldn't you let me just put that on auto pay? Anyway, that's what I've had it with. I've had it with the post office, not letting me pay. And then you can only pay for 1 year, and that's it. I'd like to pay for the next 5 years, so I don't have to think about it. Anyway. All right. What else? So perhaps the worst thing ever said and done by a president recently happened when our piece of shit Republican president threatened to wipe out an entire civilization, right? Which really sounds a lot like something that would be what would happen right before a nuclear catastrophe, right? Which would then fall in line with what Alien interview number 1 explained to us was going to happen, right? How have we been told what's going to happen, but we're not smart enough to avoid it, or, yeah, it's unbelievable. But we've been told all of this was going to happen right now. And so while I'm doing my best to try to make progress in my life, and you are in your life, we've got this horrible dark cloud of Republican evil just itching to kill as many people as possible. It is awful. And yeah, so, and then of course Trump's made a lot of friends in the Christian communities by making himself out to be Jesus, right? And so now finally people are like, oh, is he the Antichrist? Oh, you think so? Imagine praying to the devil, but not being smart enough to realize that's the devil you be praying to. If there even is such a thing, right? I mean, it's all just myth and superstition, but it's gone awry. I was having this conversation with one of the professors at school, somebody I want to take class from next semester, and yeah, she resembles many people in our country who are still brainwashed into believing whatever religious stuff they were brainwashed to believe as a kid, but she is completely removed from any organized religion. I will not be part of any organized religion. None of them seem to be up to any good. But I retain my spiritual beliefs in the way that I was shaped. And that is a common sentiment in our country, and I totally get it. That was my first step away, but now I realize it's all just like, there's never been a war, there's never been killing between atheists, right? They've never said, hey, we need to wipe out all those other atheists. So where do the morals really lie? Seems like there's more morality amongst agnostics and atheists than there are amongst any religious people who all demonize the other, right? Jews are the chosen ones, so Everyone else isn't. Christians, well, we're the only ones going to we're the only ones going to heaven. No one else is, and everyone who isn't a true believer is a teeth mashing demon. Oh my God, I hear this shit on our radio from these sociopathic freaking preachers. And then Muslims, and the other being the infidel, and then Mormons are a cult. They're batshit crazy. Oh, maybe Scientologists. Are they the ones that are right about everything? I don't trust any of them. It seems like the best path to cheating people, ripping them off. If you're a con man, well, you need to be a con man or if you're a pedophile, you have to be a con man, right? So you got to figure out a way to get the trust of parents to trust you with their kids, right? So, and then if you're a con man, you need to steal money from people. And what a great, all I got to do apparently, if I want to steal lots of money from people, is just start reciting the Bible, and then, or some other religious stuff. And then, oh, you'll have to give me 10% of your income if you want to get to heaven. Man, that is the greatest con and grift of all time. 10% of your income. Oh my God. And then take all your energy that you could be giving to your community and bring it into our religious organization and just give here only to us. Yeah. And gain access to your children same time. Oh man, what a twofer. If you're a pedophile con man, just pick a religion and become a leader. And it's the easiest path to that you could ever find. So I'm a skeptic. And the older I get, the less I have reason to believe in any of that nonsense. I've never seen any evidence of any of that being true. And they love to say, oh, wow, look at the beautiful view of the environment, the earth, which is beautiful and very special. That's proof that God is real. Oh, okay. Well, what if we just look at the sick, sociopathic, criminal, war crime committing, pedophile, cannibal Republicans, and some of them are Democrats, but a lot of them are Republicans. Well, that might be proof that God doesn't exist, right? I mean, if you're following that kind of, but look, there's no proof of anything. There's faith, and just because you have faith in something doesn't mean it has to be bad, right? I have a lot of faith. I have an enormous amount of faith that good things are going to continue to happen, that the world is populated almost entirely by good people. They just aren't represented in the news, right? You're never going to see a news story about the good people, right? Good people don't make the news. Only the horrible people do. So that's why we just see the 1% of horrible people who commit crimes. They dominate the news, giving us a tainted view of humanity. Ceasefires are always a joke. These bloodthirsty Republicans, Israelis, Russians, whatever, maybe the Chinese, because they've done an enormous amount of harm to their own people. The Uyghurs, the Falun Gong, the kill to order, right? If you need new kidneys or a heart, just go to China. They'll kill someone just so they can give you their heart and lungs and whatever from one of these concentration camps, which we now have concentration camps. Is it headed in that direction? It's a good question, right? But there's no ceasefire. Israel has never done a ceasefire. There's just words. They continue to bomb Gaza. They'll continue to bomb Iran no matter what agreements we make. Russia's going to continue to murder Ukrainians as best it can. Right? There's these bloodthirsty, evil people who want to exterminate populations. There's no stopping them. They know that using these words just makes them look good, or maybe makes the others put their defenses down, believe that there's something. It's always a lie. So how about Kristi Noem and her freak weird? Oh, just another Republican man. Freak weirdo. A guy who goes to church every Sunday and who puts balloons in his shirt, making big titties, and then what, jacks off to looking at himself, or he goes online and talks to a woman while it's all hard to understand. And what's weird too is, right, like how he's into these giant boobs, but Christy Noem doesn't really have any. Not there's anything wrong with that. Women are beautiful in all shapes and forms. But my God, no surprise that just another freak weirdo. Should he be the influencer that you right-wing men look up to? Christy Noem's husband? You know what I think? I think that they had this information on him a long time ago, and it's just always been used against Christy. You better do everything we tell you to do, or we're just going to release this shit about your freak weirdo husband. Meanwhile, she's cheating on him with Corey Lewandowski, who's cheating on his wife, because, you know, these are the people with morals, the conservatives, the people who are God, country, and guns. Oh, God. I can't imagine being stupid enough to buy into any of the right-wing lies and liars and freak weirdos. How about Benny Johnson? Super gay Benny Johnson. Trying to be some kind of real man influencer. Oh, what a joke that guy is. And apparently, he's been bringing up Elon Musk's baby mama, talking shit about her and saying that she shouldn't have custody of her kid. Yeah, like Elon Musk needs custody of his kids. Like, that's going to make their lives better. Oh, anyway, she's apparently coming after Benny Johnson. That's in the news. That's interesting. Oh, my goodness. Then there's Pam Bondi, another freak weirdo Republican woman. Just disgusting. A soul as dark as Darth Vader's soul. And she's been fired, and now she is vulnerable legally. She just wouldn't show up for a subpoena, right? Because Republicans they're lawbreakers. They have no morals, no heart, no soul. They follow, they're the people of law and order. No, they just break laws and subvert them. And anyway, Pam Bondi, let's hope she's prosecuted like Christy Noem, like Pete Hegseth, for all of their crimes against humanity, all of the harm they've done. What's crazy to me is these people, like that Dan Bongino guy, he was recently interviewed by the Good Liar guys, who are like, and what was your job? And but it looks like he's, walking around the world without security. Now, if Dan Bongino had locked up my mom or my cousin or my daughter where they were harmed or killed or starved or raped or kept from their meds or chained up in a jail cell, people who never committed a crime in their lives, I might have taken that personally. He might be on my personal list of people I'd like to get back at should I ever get like a terminal diagnosis. Right? So, yeah, all these people who are doing so much harm to so many people in the name of Jesus or in the name of the Republican Party or whatever their weird shit is, I just don't see, or like the guy from ChatGPT who just had a Molotov cocktail thrown at his house, or like, how do these people think that they can do so much harm to so many people and have nobody have a grudge against them? And now, from my personal experience, my sister was harmed by this guy, Steve Babish. He raped her. He got her high on mushrooms and raped her. I was 13, maybe 14, and I could hear it. I could hear her fighting him off. And I contemplated, because I grew up with guns. I got my first 20-gauge shotgun for my 12th birthday. I had access to these weapons. I almost went and got a gun and threatened to shoot this guy in the moment. And I've wondered ever since if I should have. I flashed forward to the cops coming, it being the number one news story, me shooting this guy because he raped my sister, whatever, right? And I froze. I didn't do anything about it. He quickly finished raping my sister, got his shoes on, and then headed out the front door like it was nothing. And I kept that. And just a few years ago decided I'm going to try to figure out where he lives and case his home and get even somehow, even if it was just to, you know, blow up his truck if he had a truck that I was imagining, right? Like, anyway, by the time I got around to doing that, 40 years later, he was dead. I was literally looking for his last known house, parked across the street from it, and in Novato, California, and I saw on Facebook someone saying "Rest in peace" to the guy. So he died in his early 60s. He had one of those Facebook accounts where there was like nothing on it because he was such a horrible person. I think he knew people might want to find him. Anyway, that ship sailed. I never did get revenge or get any justice for my sister. My sister's passed away. It helped fuck up her whole life, right? If you get someone, and she was a little bit bipolar, you get someone high on psychedelics and then you rape them, that's going to leave a long-lasting effect. And I never forgot, right? And so I just wonder how many people have seen someone they love harmed by this current administration or by anybody in their lives anywhere in the world and not think, I want to get back at whoever did this harm, right? And when then there's names and faces on it, and these people think after they leave this horrific administration where that's all they've done is harm and crime, that they're just going to live a happy, free life. I will not be surprised if I see stories of people, you know, trying to find justice one way or another. So, and are we already seeing that? I don't know. But I would never want to be one of these people. I want to be well-liked in my community. I want to be known for being honest and trustworthy, a man of his word, a guy who will help somebody in need, you know. That's the kind of reputation I want in my community. I don't want to be known for being the worst of the worst, a Republican traitor. Anyway, let's just see what happens. Yeah, and then imagine, like, you know, your mom was working for the Department of Education. She was fired. She got depressed. She loses her house. She commits suicide, right? And then what, 5-10 years later, you get a terminal diagnosis. You're like, well, I got 2 months to live anyway. Maybe I should go find the people responsible for harming my mom, you know? Who knows? I'm sure there's just not just a handful, but like 100,000, 500,000, millions of stories like this with all the harm and crime being done by these purely evil politicians that are all doing it in the name of Jesus, making religion look real shitty. And then how about all the MAGA douchebags that got us here, that helped get us here? All the people on freaking YouTube that continue to put out just propaganda on behalf of these Republican deviants, right? Like Joe Rogan, shithole Joe Rogan. Theo Vaughn, oh, he's finally getting a conscience a little bit. But you helped us get here. Tim Dillon, oh, yeah, you helped us get here. Oh, the biggest con ever. I was conned. No shit. How low is your fucking IQ? These are pathological liars that do nothing but lie and lie and lie some more, and you just gonna believe them? Oh, I just feel so sorry for him. Jake Paul, fucking moron. This guy Jeremy Hambley, the quartering, what a douchebag. Oh God, any guy that looks up to these guys is just a fool, and doesn't understand what a man's man is. Anyway, yeah. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Locally, we make jokes about black dog because there are cultures in the world that like to eat black dog. So it's not entirely untrue that there are situations where people are eating the dogs. Anyway, not that there's anything right or wrong about that. It's just culture. One, of course, we don't agree with in our country, but far be it from me. Anyway, I don't know if you see all these ads for Republicans, typically targeting Republicans. It's all this erectile dysfunction advertising. I don't have paid. I don't have premium. I'm too cheap. I won't pay that $14 a month or whatever it is. So I get all these ads, right? And so many ads are just like start out. My husband, he was having a hard time with premature ejaculation. They'll say premature ejaculation like 20 times in a 30-second ad. It's just it's borderline pretty darn funny. I assume they're targeting the predominantly Republican men who apparently they take pleasure in not pleasuring women, which is so weird. Sounds pretty gay too. Not there's anything wrong with being gay. It's just if you pretend to be a heterosexual man, you know, a Republican that hates the gays, yeah, it's just weird. Anyway, I wish they had a pill that would stop erections. It's hard to sleep at night. A normal man who's healthy has 3 to 5 erections every night. Talk about making it hard to sleep through the night. We need someone to advertise for something that helps us sleep through the night if we're fit. We have good blood flow because we've been working out. Anyway, I don't know if you've been seeing all these ads for premature ejaculation, but it is just, I've seen way too many of them, and it's kind of funny. Yeah, and then every time, like Theo Vaughn said, they're always talking about religious extremists, right? And they're referring to Muslims, right? And they're terrorists. But they're the terrorists. They're the religious extremists, pointing out to them, using it as an excuse to murder people. And it's the right wing in our country that are the religious extremists, that are the terrorists who are harming people for the fun of it or for their religious bullshit beliefs. Anyway, then we got Marjorie Taylor Greene. Boy, Trump doesn't even know how to insult her anymore. Like Marjorie Trader Brown. He said, now Marjorie Trader Scream. Trump, if you're listening, that's a way better insult. Who is clearly, actually anti-Semitic, part of the right wing that hates Jews, right? Like Joe Kent, the guy that just quit from the National Security Agency, right? Because half of the Republicans are Nazis, right, who hate Jews, and then the other half are beholden to the state of Israel, and we're seeing the conflict, right? But as Trump portrays himself as Jesus, as Jesus's friend, he is alienating a few of the people who consider themselves Christians and true believers, and they see that as blasphemous, and like, man, I can't believe I voted for that. And it's like, oh God, how low must your IQ be? I guess it's, the favorite number of Nazis is 88, something to do with Hitler. But I'm pretty sure that's the through line. That's the average IQ of your average Republican. So anyway, she is a scary woman, a Republican woman. So many men have become gay because of Republican women. There's one driver for men to become homosexual. It is Republican women who are just disgusting, like Marjorie Trader Scream. But of course, Trump's loyal to no one, and even those who've been loyal to him. And she's like, I can't believe he turned on me. Everyone else can believe it because that's all he's ever done, right? He turns on anybody, on everybody. He's a sociopath. He's a malignant narcissist. He's a pathological liar, and a criminal, 34-time convicted felon, a rapist, a pedophile, a thief, a liar who lies about what he steals. He's a hypocrite, a murderer, Is that the Ten Commandments to do all those things? Because it seems like that's all Republicans want to do. In the name of Jesus, do everything the opposite of the Ten Commandments. Pretty crazy. All right, what else is going on? Oh, FIFA. I just heard some guys saying. I said this a while back. I mean, if I was a soccer player for a country that was going to participate in the World Cup, I would boycott it. I would not come to the United States. I would not trust the United States as a foreigner in this country. And we're starting to hear that sentiment in the soccer community, right? Like, none of these guys, they all make so much money now. Soccer players, professional soccer players, the ones who would be participating in FIFA, in the World Cup, they don't need money. Why would they want to come here and stress themselves out, even though if it was to represent their country? Yeah, and the Olympics coming up. I expect there'll be, if not countries, at least individuals. They'll be like, yeah, it ain't worth it. Why would I go there? Especially the ones who are making money at their sport. So that's interesting. I'm finally seeing that, right? And then JD Vance. Oh my God, back to him. Yeah, supposed Catholic, the one with the death touch, right? He meets with the previous pope. Less than 24 hours later, that pope's dead, right? And then we get this good, solid American pope, super cool guy, who's not coming to America either because he can't trust the United States of America even to come visit, right? And Trump, Republicans threatening the Pope. I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing. The ignorant, stupid shit that Republicans do on a daily basis is mind-boggling. And it also makes it look like we're all headed towards a really bad nuclear catastrophe sometime soon, which I hope doesn't happen. I have no place to hide. What we need to be building right now all across the United States are underground bomb shelters, just like Fallout, right? And that'll be the new big business, underground fallout shelters. But it just seems to make sense, right? We need a place to go once we've heard that nuclear war has started, either on this soil or their soil. I mean, that shitty air, that fallout is going to circle the globe. And I'm wondering, like, in my car, in the underground garage beneath this building, would I be a little bit safer? And will we know when the fallout clouds are coming and moving over us? Will we be able to find some sort of safer place to exist when that's happening? And could we emerge after it's gone? I don't know. I wonder if the hardware store, do they sell those meters that measure radioactivity? I imagine those are being sold more than ever. Aloha. Mean girls. All right, any girls are awesome. Thanks for watching. Anyway, man, it is just, we are in the scariest of scary times in all of history. And why aren't we building? Of course, the federal government's not going to do anything to help anybody, but your state, your county, politicians, I'm surprised no politician has been talking about building shelters to protect life after the Republicans drive it off a cliff into a volcano, which they're already doing. Anyway, oh, and JD Vance just wrote a new book about becoming a Catholic, same time as he's threatening the Pope. How is this even real and true? And yes, he will be a scary and horrible president, most likely, but no one likes him, so at least we have that going for us. But he's in the pocket of Peter Thiel at Palantir, one of these immigrants, one of these foreigners who like Rupert Murdoch, like Elon Musk, that are just destroying our country from within as a component of the Republican Party. How does that make any sense? The party that hates immigrants. It loves the immigrants that want to destroy America. Lindsey Graham, what a piece of shit he is. He's just a crazy warmonger. He's super gay. He's seen recently at Disneyland with a bubble blowing wand by himself, which makes sense for an old gay guy to love to go to Disneyland or Disney World. But he tries to act macho. He tries to deny he is who he really is. Of course, in the gay community, if you haven't heard this, because he goes on these dating websites and hooks up with men, apparently, according to that community, he has a bunch of red little skin tags on his hiney, and he calls them ladybugs. Yeah, ladybug, Lady Graham, just another great representative of the Republican Party, of those good Christians in America. Gay Lindsey Graham, all too happy to support the murder of anyone that the Republican Party wants to kill. Mr. Warmonger, what the hell you gonna do? Oh, in Hawaii, this has made national news. It's funny. So I just talked to a doctor, the guy that did my ultrasound, the radiologist, right? The doctor community is a small community on Maui, right? There aren't that many doctors. And many of them know one another to some extent, right? And so I had to ask the guy, I was like, I bet you know him. And my doctor's like, yep, I know him. And this guy, what was his name? Dr. Gerhard Koenig. So this local weak, meek little man, a Republican, no doubt, decides he's going to kill his wife, kill her on a hike. Because she was cheating on him supposedly, but hey, she's on a trip with you in Oahu, going on a hike with you. I mean, I'm assuming maybe you're still getting some action from her, at least. I mean, I don't know. Anyway, he tries to push her off a cliff. Of course, he's this weak little man, right? Like most Republicans. And he's not strong enough to push her off a cliff, which is what this doctor I was talking to was a man's man. He was tough as nails. And he's like, I told my wife, if that was me, you wouldn't have survived, which is just funny. Of course, he would never do that. But he's like, have you seen him? He's just this scrawny little guy. And he was commenting on how he wasn't strong enough to push his wife off a cliff. Then he tried to inject her with some sort of lethal injection. He didn't succeed doing that. And then he tried to hit her over the head with a rock, which he did, but not strong enough to knock her. And then two ladies come up the trail, scaring him, and then he runs away. Well, he's just been found guilty, and he's going to prison. And he's a weak, little, scrawny white guy who, may I just suggest, most likely, being a doctor, he most likely had a pretty nice refrigerator full of food. Probably had a real nice bathroom, with a real nice bathtub, private bathroom. He probably had a real nice chair and couch to sit in, a beautiful kitchen to cook in, right? And yet he decided that he wanted to throw that all away, right? Why would you commit a crime? If you've got all those things, do less. Don't do harm or crime. Right? Tomorrow you might want your own bed, your own bathroom, your own kitchen, your own chair that's comfortable, maybe a big screen TV with your own remote, right? You don't get any of that in prison. If for no other reason, don't do harm or crime, unless your crime is reproductive health care or smoking a little weed, which shouldn't be crimes. But if you're thinking about doing harm or crime, just stop yourself and ask yourself, do you really want to give up the chair you can sit in every day comfortably or the bed you get to sleep in? I mean, my God, right? This guy didn't just go from one thing to another. He went from having every luxury a human being has on earth, living in Hawaii with all those luxuries and money coming in, driving a nice car, and now he's got a bunkmate and he's sharing a toilet that's 3 feet away from his head. And maybe he'll be subjected to violence, maybe sexual violence. Maybe he'll be raped in prison. He's a scrawny cute little white guy. Um, Boy, what a fall from grace. All because what? He had to kill his wife because she was cheating on him. And they totally let him off by giving him a, it wasn't first, second, third degree murder. It was homicide with special conditions because he was so emotionally traumatized by her cheating on him, which gave him a lesser sentence, I think, and so on. But nevertheless, he was found guilty, and he's going to prison. And this cautionary tale, what not to do, right? Especially if you've got anything in life. I mean, don't give it up, right? When are we going to see that? I'd love to be a superhero, or there should be a superhero in a comic book that stops crime by talking people out of it in the first place, right? And if you're thinking about doing harm or crime, may I talk you out of it in the first place? Don't do it. Keep whatever little stuff you have, or if you got a lot of it, keep that too. Pardon me. I think COVID's going around. I think I might have got it because it started in my nose, worked its way down my throat, it's in my lungs. Luckily, I was vaccinated. I got the two shots, the mRNA ones, which make it so you don't die when you get COVID, right? I hear Jimmy Dore, oh, they were lying about, no, nobody said it stops transmission. It's not one of those vaccines. It's just the kind of vaccine that keeps you from dying if you get it. But a lot of people misunderstood everything about it, and they became afraid of vaccinations. I'm not into getting lots of vaccinations, but I wasn't afraid to get that one because I didn't want to die. I'm in my 50s, right? And that disease preys on people who aren't super young anymore, which is what I am not. So, pardon my raspy cough. What else? Oh, how about that sociopath, Trump's religious advisor, was it Paula White, saying that Trump's been crucified like Jesus, in addition to the sick and twisted and weird images he's putting out there, which has got everybody asking, is he the Antichrist? Oh, you think? Maybe? I mean, if there ever was an obvious devil, right? Like if you look up the Antichrist and all of its characteristics, it's what Donald Trump's been his whole life. Not that I'm anyone to comment on any of that, because it's probably all just myth and superstition. It's what it really seems to be. The fact that the Supreme Court is even taking up birthright citizenship is just bullshit. That is an obvious no-brainer. And the fact that a couple of the Supreme Court justices don't understand the Constitution, they're so unable to read the Constitution that they'll just go against it in many cases, in this one as well. It's sad. We need to vote out every Republican. We need to eliminate the Republican Party in general, and we need to replace it with a party that represents women, the working class, and the environment, right? We need to protect the environment. We need to protect women who are the working class and the working class. And when you're protecting the working class, you're protecting women and immigrants and everybody else, right? And we call it the WWE party, women, workers, and the environment. That's just my take on that. ICE at airports. Talk about a dystopian, messed up world, which is like if we had them here in Maui, like they would be exposed to the public. You could just walk up from the curb and levy insults at them, which I would want to do if they were here on Maui at our airport. I think they're only in 14 airports, which is just a it's practice. The Republicans are practicing in this fascism, tyrannical government. They want to put these armed, military-clad, racist bigots at the polling stations, right? That's one of their goals. Put our paramilitary people on behalf of the Republicans at polling stations, hoping to disenfranchise more voters. Now this what's the opposite of save? to not save somebody. The Not Save Act isn't going to save or protect voting rights in any. It's going to disenfranchise voters. But Republicans are so stupid they don't realize that it's their own voting base, the rural, uneducated high school dropouts that are dumb enough to believe con men and grifters that just repeat lies over and over until they believe them. These are the people that are going to have the hardest time. These are the people that are going to have the hardest time overcoming getting their voting shit together, right? Having to pay for a passport, having to produce the documents to get a passport. Their women most likely took on their husband's last name, which means they won't be able to vote. But it's nothing. There's nothing good in it, and that isn't actually a good thing. But it might be that Republicans are so stupid, they say, "Oh, we need voter ID," which we don't. There's never been an issue of, listen, voting isn't that important to any one person that they would want to risk going to jail to vote a second time or illegally. Immigrants don't try to vote. They don't want to vote. They can't vote. They never have been able to vote. They just lie about that. Oh, immigrants are voting. No, they're not. And they are the best among us, nevertheless. This horrible act they call the SAVE Act, which is just voter suppression, Jim Crow 2.0, looking to create a smaller voting populace. And it's gonna be interesting to see how that plays out here in Hawaii, where once I registered to vote, I think all of it happens by mail. And thanks to the evil Republicans really screwing up our country, I became compelled to become a voter, right? And so, and I was very happy to vote for Joe Biden. Thank God for Joe Biden. My God, he saved us from, like, we might have already had a nuclear catastrophe in like 2022 if Trump had had a second term in office consecutive. But now we're marching towards that right now. And the part where they want to bring Jesus back by murdering, 90% of the people on earth, that's pretty psychotic. That's a reason to not trust religion right there, although there are so many. Amy Goodman's documentary is headed into theaters. That's one documentary I am going to go see. That'll probably be the next movie I see, and I haven't seen a movie in a theater since the fire here. I thought for a minute, so Fandango is one of the companies now that Larry Ellison, the racist bigot who does whatever Trump wants, who just bullied his way into taking over Warner Brothers. One of he owns, like 100 media companies, and one of them is Fandango, and I think they help facilitate the ticket sales for our local theater, which I thought might have been owned by him, which would have meant I would never go see another movie here ever again. As long as Larry Ellison owns a theater, which he doesn't, I wouldn't. So, but I looked a little further, and that's not who owns our theaters. It's some other group, company. So that's good, because I was ready to boycott going to movies for the rest of my life, thanks to Larry Ellison owning Fandango. God, Larry Ellison owns 98% of the island of Lanai, right? You know what I'd like to see? I'd like to see eminent domain. I'd like to see us just take all of his property away from him and give it to the Hawaiian people, right? First and foremost to the native Hawaiians, and then second to that, people born and raised and citizens, anybody who's part of our local community. That'd be cool. He greased the wheel by basically bribing the whole community on Lanai, by trying to help them keep their jobs when the pandemic happened, and investing money in the island. And so But it's funny, when I was driving Uber, I picked up some people from Lanai who were here. They come over here to shop at Costco and whatnot, and they're like, yeah, I think he's just trying to set us up. I don't trust him still. He's just trying to get in our good graces. And it turns out, yeah, now we see where his allegiance really lies. It's with the country of Israel. It's with these racist, bigoted, evil Republicans, and the horrible agenda of the conservative, which isn't conservative. It's really just evil. These people who have the lack of values, conservatives with a lack of values, with no values whatsoever. It's just amazing to me when someone says, "Oh, I have conservative values, blah blah blah." There ain't no such thing. What are conservative values? Child molestation, murder, rape, theft, lying, hypocrisy. Those are not the values I want to share with my friends or to have myself. Right? Morality, you don't need to be religious to understand morality. Oh, look at that. I'm getting a power, low battery. I'm going to plug in a battery so I can just keep talking. This is going to be way too long. It's been like a month. It's been like a month since I did one of these, and there has been so much bad news. All right, that's just one page. All right. I forget who said it, but how about war crimes? War crimes don't cover up sex crimes. Because that's what these Republicans are doing. They're either committing sex crimes or war crimes to try to obfuscate their sex crimes. It's crazy. It's crazy. Of course, Trump's first spiritual advisor, the leader of a mega church, he's in jail for raping a 12-year-old now. Good job, you guys. You really know who to follow. So I already asked that question. Why aren't we building bomb shelters? What else? Oh, yes. And of course, we need more. What is it? Political Voices Network. I was listening to it, and they, I think they said the words boner jokes. Anyway, I am working on more boner jokes. We need more boner comedy in our world. That's possibly a certainty. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I asked all those questions already. All right. Oh, Stephanie Miller. That's the lady on Political Voices Network. I called in, got through. But next time, I need to ask one of those questions. When will a reporter ask about J.D. Vance's eyeliner? When will someone start using the name Cash Yap instead of Cash Patel? Thank you, Lawrence O'Donnell, for finally doing that. When will a reporter ever ask questions about the Ziklag group, the evil right-wing sociopaths that are destroying our country in the name of Jesus, etc., right? I don't know. MAGA obviously stands for Make America God Awful, right? And then, okay, so we got to talk about this weirdo. Of course, he's a conservative freak-ass weirdo. One of these influencers who's destroying the youth of America. Braden Eric Peters, who looks like shit, by the way. This guy, Andrew Callahan, was interviewing him, and he just cut the interview off. But he's the guy that Saturday Night Live was making fun of for looks maxing. Apparently, looks maxing is a thing. Trying to maximize your looks. Trying to get the ladies. And again, he doesn't even understand how to make connections with people, which you would need in order to have a girlfriend. And he's just a freak weirdo. He's the one who hits his bones with a hammer to try to make them more pronounced, to give himself a better jawbone. And he talks about taking GLP-1s, which are really dangerous, man. They can create this problem in your gut that will destroy your life. If you want to get healthy Eat healthy, exercise, sleep healthy, have a good attitude. Um, work out more, work out harder, um, get your blood flowing, right? That's what's going to give you your best looks. I'm 57 years old. Look at all this hair. Look at all this hair. Maybe that's because I sleep, I eat, and I exercise. And I don't eat things that come out of plastic packages. You know what I mean? Like eat real food, eat vegetables, eat fruits, eat meats. I do love cheese. I'm working on a cookbook to add cheese diet, because kind of like bacon, everything's better when you add a little cheese to it. Anyway, oh my God, this poor kid, and then he calls himself clav. And I was just talking to a junior in high school down in the pool the other day, and all these guys know who these people are. Oh, and the Tate Rape brothers that are friends slapping hands with people at UFC fights this last week. Disgusting. Dana White, disgusting. Oh, I will never watch a UFC fight ever again. As soon as in 2020, when people were just being asked, "Hey man, just wear a mask," seems like the smart thing to do. I didn't fight it. I wore a mask. I didn't want to get someone else's illness. I didn't want to give them mine if I had it. But at a Trump rally, Dana White in the front of the audience, next to the My Pillow guy, proudly not wearing a mask, right? When clearly that was the right thing to do. And when I realized that, I just said, I'll never watch another mixed martial arts fight ever again. They're pretty brutal and gross in a way, like they're the most violent, awful thing ever. And he treats his fighters like shit, and it's an unhealthy culture. The doing harm, the culture of hurting other people for profit. So yeah, any product, and I think he owns the slap fighting, I think, and he might own the bare knuckle. I don't know, whatever it is, I ain't buying into it. I ain't watching it. If it's a Dana White product, it's not a product for me. And I hope you make the same choice. How about Artemis 2 flying around back to clavicular. So he's an advocate of taking steroids and human growth hormone, and so that girls like him. It's just like, dude, how about you just focus on being a good person and being healthy and not being a right-wing douchebag? Best way to meet a good woman is to not be a right-wing douchebag. Be an advocate for women. Like, if you have daughters, you can tell them, I don't want you to get an education. I don't want you to have a job. I just want you to become some abusive man's sandwich maker. Like, whatever woman you're going to meet that aligns with that shit is a sick, twisted Republican woman, which is every reason to not, like, if you're a borderline, if you could be just as attracted to men as women, man, that's got to drive more men towards men, Republican women, than any other source of motivating factor. I mean, anyway, what a freak weirdo. And the thought that young people even know who he is or would listen to him, I mean, what a freak weirdo. Anyway, yeah, that's just another right-wing fool. So Artemis 2, it made me wonder, could the moon landings be a little bit of a hoax, right? Because they're like, oh, we're flying around the backside of the moon. We're not even going to land there. Like, we don't even have the technology to just fly there and land there. Like, we've done that so many times before. And then, nobody's ever been that far away from the Earth, even though we took the same path, apparently. And I don't know. Anyway, that whole thing where we're preparing for a moon landing, so we're just going to do a fly around. It was interesting. Anyway, yeah. So let's see. Facebook paid a $375 million penalty, right? Which is just chicken scratch for Facebook, as they were found guilty of and admitted to doing harm. Right. Nothing new there. But now we know it's true that the Facebook, social media does harm. In my personal communications course, I was taught that the average American is spending 4.5 hours on their phone every day. Talk about destroying your mind, your life, in so many ways: your eyesight, your neck, your posture, your ability to be social, make eye contact. Um, and the average person checks their phone 350 times a day. Like, like doing this isn't bad for you. No. And when cell phones first came out and became prevalent amongst all of us, right then, what was that? We'll say year 2000-ish. That was when we should have said no cell phones at work, no cell phones at school. Period. You want to destroy productivity in your company, in your business? Yeah, allow your stupid employees to bring their stupid cell phones to work. How's anyone gonna get anything done? And then allowing kids to bring cell phones to school. Stupid. Stupid. And now finally, 2026, nearly 30 years after we should have implemented this stuff, in half of that in schools, we're starting to say, oh, maybe it's not a good idea. Some schools are banning them, outlawing them, whatever. Obviously, we should have done that a long time ago. A long, long time ago. Anyway, Sam Altman, that's his name. I think Sam Altman's house was Molotov cocktailed on Russian Hill in San Francisco, which is the windiest street in the world or America, whatever, which is a little funny. Just the thought of somebody committing a crime on that street and then having to escape away or run away or drive away on the windiest road. It's just a little bit funny, right? Yeah. Anyway, Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods gets, of course, he's a piece of shit Republican. He's famous on the west side of Maui. Republican piece of shit. If you don't know golf is a sport all about etiquette, right? You got to follow certain rules. You do things the same all the time. You never walk in the path, like when someone's putting on a putting green, you never walk in the path of the ball to the hole, right? That's just one little superstition, whatever, aspect of etiquette. When you turn in your cart to the cart boy who cleans it up, it's very normal to tip that person, right? Not Tiger Woods. When he was here, the year he was here was when he met the woman he ended up cheating on with 100 other women. She was she was taking care of the kids of another golfer here on Maui, and that is when they first met. And I have friends who watched them meet the first time. He rented out an entire floor in a hotel. He was only here for 5 days. He had two full luggage carts full of luggage, like he really needed all that luggage for 5 days. But he wasn't there when his bellman brought the stuff up. And there's a mechanism by which you can tip your bellman after the fact, right? He didn't. He stiffed his bellman. At the golf course, he stiffed his cart boy. Dude, busboys and bartenders and waiters and construction workers tip their cart boy. Not Tiger Woods. He's an asshole Republican. Drug addict. And cheater, liar, just piece of shit, right? Of course, he's high on drugs, and he flips his car. He's already driven a car off a cliff and harmed himself, right? Like, with all his money, he's not smart enough to hire a driver or to take Uber everywhere, or like, how does it? It's crazy, but he's super selfish, and he flips his car on a street. How do you? That is hard to do. It's not something you see very often. Somebody just flipping their car upside down because they're such idiots. But yeah, Tiger Woods does that. And then, who's his first call to the president? Because he's looking to get out of jail free, right? He's looking for that get out of jail free pass from paid off politicians. And meanwhile, he is dating Don Jr.'s ex-wife. Weird, gross. What a gross bunch of people in so many ways. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what comes out in the wash. He refused a blood test. He took a breathalyzer. He wasn't on alcohol, probably on opium or some drug. Who knows? Um, but if you haven't heard me recommend this, don't take pills. Don't snort anything. Don't gamble. Don't drive drunk. Getting drunk is liability, but don't drive drunk. Um, Avoid the wrong relationships. If you know someone that's violent, don't spend any time with them. Exclude them from your life. This is how you hedge your bet, right? There's no guarantees in life, but if we do things intelligently, the odds are better that we won't destroy our lives by doing something stupid, like taking a pill that kills us, or snorting a line of something that kills us, or driving drunk that kills us, or losing everything we own and then committing suicide because we gambled, etc. Or hanging out, marrying, having friends. If you're a guy, having friends that are violent, that ain't something you can trust. Women should heed that advice as well. That's how they get into relationships with men. They only think that man's going to hurt other people. No. If you're someone that likes to fight, likes to beat people up, just a matter of time before you beat up your friend or your girlfriend or your wife or your kids. So stay away from those people. If you want to hedge your bet, have a good life. It's pretty simple. Oh, and wear condoms. Nobody needs AIDS or herpes or gonorrhea or syphilis or an unwanted child. Anyway, and of course they're trying to take away women's right to contraception, right? Sick bastard Republicans in the Supreme Court, in the shithole red states. They're taking everything away from women. And it's just hard to imagine, but there are some women that just will vote for that anyway. Like they're brainwashed, by their preacher or their religious leader or their husband. I don't know, but it doesn't make any sense. How about the guy who set the warehouse on fire, the famous warehouse fire? His famous line, "You should have paid us enough to live." That will be remembered, right? If you haven't seen this in your neck of the woods, and if you don't know this about Hawaii, everyone loves Toyotas here and Hondas, but Toyotas even more. Toyota trucks, Camrys, all of them. Anything that's practical, reliable, makes sense is what people in Hawaii love. If you move here, you don't need a fancier car than that. And I was just at the dealership. Every car in there was under 40 grand except for the 4Runner and the RAV4, and those were only in the 40s or right at 50. Great cars. Yeah, you never need to drive around Maui or any other island in a pretentious vehicle. Not to mention sports cars are just stupid. There's no place you can really open them up. No place you can drive fast here. Harley Davidsons, where are you going to take your Harley Davidson? I mean, look, in Colorado, you can drive all over the United States, right? Totally makes sense. But here, I mean, where are you going to go? You can circle the island. Every Sunday they do a ride, but it's like, just doesn't seem to make that much sense here. While it does in other places, like a sports car, like an expensive, any kind of expensive car. Anyway, but white Toyotas from a couple years, and maybe I saw another car that wasn't a Toyota that has something similar. Anyway, if you haven't seen this in your neck of the woods, white Toyotas from like the year 2018 and maybe a year before and after, the white ones, only the white Toyotas, the paint is just peeling off. It's just falling off. My mean ex-wife with bad karma has a car like that, and there's just whole strips of it with no paint on them. But everywhere you look around town, you're seeing these white Toyotas with whole strips of paint with none on them. And that is a defect from the manufacturer, which is interesting. And I'm sure you've got it in your neighborhood too. It's just interesting, and it's everywhere. Luckily, I do not have a white Toyota. But yeah, if you didn't know that, now you do. And you can't stop seeing it once you see it because it's everywhere. Let's see, what else? The Melania speech, where she brought up the Epstein files, which she is in, and claimed not to know these people, which she obviously does. But that's all to try to get out in front of the accusations made by this Zampoli guy, this guy who was given a job, of course, by Trump in our government, who groomed a 15, 16, first slept with her when she was 17-year-old, had kids with her, and then tried to take, or has tried and successfully took custody of her child away from her, all the while locking her up in a concentration camp, in an American immigration concentration camp prison for 3 months before she was deported to Brazil. I think Ungaro is her last name, something like that. But like everybody in the Trump administration, they're all in the Epstein files. There's dirt on all of them. They all have no choice but to go along and get along and to take all that money, the taxpayer money, to do no job at all. Anyway, she is coming out and threatening to speak. She was already coming out saying, I am going to bring receipts, Melania. You were complicit in all of this harm done to children. And so that is a developing story, and it's going to be interesting to see what comes out about Melania via this woman. If the CIA or Israeli intelligence doesn't kill her first, I don't trust any of these people. So yeah, that's just kicked up a shitstorm of Epstein file stuff, which is just so abhorrent. All the horrible things, all the horrible crimes committed by the Epstein class against children, against minorities, hunting people, eating people, forcing teenage girls to have children and then taking them away from them. The crimes out at Zorro Ranch that have yet to be really discovered or vetted. I mean, the fact that we didn't search it, now we finally are. They had bulldozers out there digging up where I guess the dead bodies were. Oh God, it's all so bad. It is all so bad. Anyway, the Melania speech. What a weirdo. Boy, is she a freak weirdo. She should just, God, what a shitty life too. If you're someone who thinks, oh, I need to marry someone for their money. Oh God. No amount of money in the world is worth having a shitty life, having a dirty conscience, having a shitty life, all the harm done in the name of, being a grifter, using your marriage as a grift. Anyway, interesting. There's this, so years ago in the investment world and in the technology world, there was this talk about this graphite powder, graphene, being the next big thing. Anyway, there's these ads. Again, I'm going back to some advertisements, not about erectile dysfunction, but there's this spray, some kind of wax for your car that has graphene in it, and it's the first time I've heard it mentioned since there was once a suggestion in the world of investments that you need to invest in graphene because it's the future. Apparently, if you take graphite powder and bond that, it's like 10 times stronger than steel and lightweight. And anyway, oh man, I watched these guys. There's Dorian guy and Danny Jones. I think it was Danny Jones I was watching. Wondering who is this guy? What's he all about? And then I see an ivermectin commercial on his channel. Like, so you don't need drugs. You don't need advertisements about drugs. A dewormer. Oh, it has all these great. Yeah, don't pop pills unless like you have multiple sclerosis and this is the drug they've developed to try to slow it down, or ALS or cancer or whatever. If you've got some disease that or if you need antibiotics because you got to get rid of an infection, sure, that makes sense. But in general, no pill popping mindset is a healthier mindset. A world of people go, oh, an ivermectin commercial. maybe I should ask my doctor to give me a subscription to ivermectin or try to get it. Oh, it's like snort. It's like it's just something you do not need. No, what you need is vegetables, fruits, clean water, clean air, clean soil, meats, cheeses, maybe, exercise, sleeping healthy with a clean conscience because you're not doing harm or crime. That makes sense, right? Anyway. Oh, how about the stupid, ignorant content providers who they're so ignorant, like these poor young people who've been duped into thinking stuff. Anyway, so it used to be the Republicans were the abolitionists. They were the ones against slavery, right? But then something switched, and the Democrats were the home of the KKK. And then that all changed. And then the Republicans became the slave owners, right? And the Democrats became the abolitionists, I think in the 60s or something, 50s or 60s. But there's just so much ignorance. There's these stupid people, and there's more than one of them, and they don't deserve anyone's attention. But if you ever see a black guy saying, "Oh, it was the Republicans that were against slavery, and it was the Democrats that formed the KKK," okay, that may be true, long time ago. But right now, while not all Republicans are in the KKK, 100% of the KKK members are Republicans. The KKK publicly came out and said, we endorse Donald Trump, right? The Nazis in our country. Maybe not all Republicans are Nazis, but every Nazi in our country is a Republican, right? Like, I just can't imagine. One of the doctors I saw recently, he is one of these guys. He happens to be a Jew who's on the side of, and I asked him, I was like, did you see Charlottesville, when these Republicans marched down the street with tiki torches saying, Jews will not replace us? I'm like, you realize by supporting Republicans, you support those guys, right? But he's so bought in with Netanyahu and whatever Israel wants and needs from the United States, however many bombs, he calls it defending themselves. He uses all the talking points. He calls everybody an anti-Semite that doesn't agree with Israel, and but he was an example of what I just couldn't imagine be true. But yeah, people who are Jewish vote right arm in arm with the Nazis in our country. Black people are voting arm in arm with the Ku Klux Klan in our country. And for me, that just makes no sensible sense, no rational sense, no common sense. Turns out the smartest people in America are black women. 93% of black women did not vote for these racist, bigot, traitors, the Klansmen, the Republicans. And so, God bless them. They're the one population of people who are not easily fooled by pathological liars, right? So, God bless black women. I did not realize they were the smartest among us, but they proved that in the last election. Oh, how about in France? Freemason hit squads are being prosecuted in France, which is fascinating. And I sensed something like that being possible when I was talking to a Freemason, talking about how you can't ever go against your fellow Freemason brothers or whatever. My uncle was Uncle Dick, Richard Carroll Hamilton, former California High Patrolman. He was a Freemason of the 33rd degree, the highest degree in the Scottish Rite, I think, which is interesting. I wish I'd ask him more questions about that, which I don't think he was in a position to divulge, but in his latter years. He'd had a stroke. He was in a wheelchair. I took care of him a few times, and I wished I'd ask him more questions about all that, because you got to wonder if shit like that's going on, right? Anyway, I thought it fascinating that in France there is a big court case right now, a criminal court case against Freemason hit squads, which is fascinating. NSPM 7, right? The try to make America Christian only, right? The hell with freedom of religion. We want to take freedom of religion and make it so you have to be a certain religion. If you're not that religion, then you're not American. And it's evil and it's dangerous. And they're going to target God knows who and everybody, probably me, right? How long will it be before my door is knocked on by some Nazi, Gestapo, Republican traitors who are working on behalf of these sick bastards in Washington who are harming our country, all because I don't believe what they want me to believe, and I'm not willing to lie about it, and I'm willing to exercise my right to free speech. I never did serve my country as a serviceman, so this is the best I can do to serve my country, is to exercise my right to free speech, let you know that you're not alone if you have a little bit of common sense, if you're not a racist bigot, if you're not a traitor, if you're not a Nazi, if you're not a Klansman, a Republican. If you have any values at all, then there's no way you could be a Republican. And your ability to see common sense allows you to see through and past all of these liars who lie on the right all the time. Of course, there's a few Democrats that suck, like Eric Swalwell, sounds like, allegedly. But unlike Republicans who have no values, have no morals, they would be defending and protecting this guy, right? Democrats are like, whoa, man, if you're a rapist, you ain't cool, and we want you to resign. And so he did. And after a year or more of this asshole Republican from Texas who sexually intimidated and harassed his own employee, she killed herself by lighting herself on fire, and he finally resigned as well. Which makes you ask the question, what if somebody else lit her on fire? Anyway, the whole thing is awful, but that's what comes out of the Republican Party. Like the guy in, how about the guy in charge of the Republican youth being a pedophile, right? Raping children. Just another Republican, right? Probably goes to church on Sunday too, right? So, yeah. Anyway, all right. There's another page. So much bad news. So much. Like I said, it's been a month since my last confession of terrible news. What else? Trump is the most unpopular failed president in history. Yeah, that's just stating facts. But isn't it just sad and sick when Republicans are just murdering people? We have to hear stories about, well, they're becoming more unpopular because of this, and hopefully that'll help get them out of office. And they're really concerned about their popularity. Meanwhile, people being murdered, killed, schoolgirls being murdered by Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump, and innocent people on boats being murdered in the Caribbean, 1,500 miles away from us, no threat to us at all. If they have drugs, they're bringing them to one of those tiny little countries that's close to them. They're not making it to us. Meanwhile, Trump's kids are coke addicts, right? Yeah, it is frustrating to see this being distilled into popularity. Nevertheless, Trump is the least popular. He is more underwater than any politician in the history of our country. Meanwhile, he's trying to figure out how to rig the next election right? Democrats never tried to rig anything. Biden was elected. How about Republicans, spineless Republicans, unable to admit that Joe Biden won the last election? It just never stops repeating itself. These sick fools. It's like, ugh. Anyway, price of gas. Oh, let's talk about the price of gas in Hawaii. It was $3.70 before this illegal war, and now it's $5.20 at Safeway, where it's one of the cheapest places on the island, which is $1.50 more here. Interesting, at Costco, it got up to $5.10 and is now backed off from that and is just under $5, which is where I've been buying my gas. It's the cheapest place to buy gas here, Costco. So how's that? A person with Trump derangement syndrome, which are all of his cult followers, some douchebag says, "Oh, sounds like you have Trump derangement syndrome." Yeah, right. No, I have a sense of common sense. I would never vote for a rapist, a racist, a bigot, a pathological liar, a malignant narcissist, a sociopath. But apparently you did. I'd say you have Trump derangement syndrome. Anyone that would believe a shitty grifter like that, who has the lowest IQ of everybody. That's why he loves to point fingers at people and call them low IQ people. Because that was what he was teased at for being his whole life. He never earned anything in his life. He was given $400 million by his daddy. Oh, anyway, it's just funny. The Pope made it clear, right? Our racist, bigoted Republican traitors in our country, they have nothing but blood on their hands, right? And of course, everyone else does by default. We have to say it's we who are committing these crimes against humanity because it's our government. And we've somehow allowed this to happen, which is just so sad, so sad. All the blood on our hands for all the crimes against our own people, against immigrants, against people in foreign countries. It's just endless death, destruction, theft, all while the billionaires get richer, the working class gets poorer, and they just celebrate. And they just don't think that it's going to ever blow back on them. Meanwhile, according to Kyle Kalinske, it's already begun. Perhaps it all started with Luigi. I don't know. How about Pete Kegsbreath, this evil, wicked soul, who says, in the name of God, that we're sending the wicked souls to eternal damnation. Meanwhile, the Pope says God rejects you. And yeah, so yeah, there is not an ounce of any good religious anything in the Republican Party on the religious right. It is just pure evil, dressed up, hiding behind the Bible, and it is destroying religion. Like, these people, if they wanted to sell Christianity, if they wanted more people to buy into the grift and to give them 10% of their income, they should probably try to act like decent people who do good things in the world, but they don't. Meanwhile, one of the side effects of all these evil, sick bastards are data centers, right? Nobody wants a data center on their island, in their community, upwind, downwind. How are we not voting against data? Oh, but data centers are bribing everybody, right? Because that's the Republican Party. It's the party of bribe takers and bribe makers, and they are destroying our country one data center at a time. And isn't it sick that data centers and essentially robots, the brains of robots, are immediately already competing for our resources, our clean air, our clean water, our farm space, right? Everywhere there's a data center, we could be growing crops. Everywhere there's a data center, there are people dying downwind. There are people being harmed by the sounds. There is no positive, oh, but it's going to create 100 jobs. Hey, the Hula Grill restaurant has 200 jobs in a tiny little restaurant. You want to create jobs, create a beautiful community where people will kind of want to come visit as tourists and spend money in restaurants, because one restaurant employs more people than the biggest data center, right? Etc. And it's just sad and sick and twisted, and it's just more of the deleterious effects of the Republican Party, the horrible things that they do to their neighbors, their friends, their communities, anywhere and everywhere. They just don't care. As long as they're making money from it. Apparently money is more important than clean air and clean water and water to drink and streams to fish in and you know, beautiful places to take hikes. It's unbelievable. Now the Federal Reserve is in a tough spot, because the Federal Reserve, right, they raise interest rates to try to slow down inflation. Now inflation is going through the roof. We all know that. Of course, Republicans are trying to lie about everything, including inflation. That's all they do is lie. But it's also, and so you raise interest rates to slow down inflation, but you lower them to stimulate the economy. So now we're screwed, because our economy is shrinking, it's collapsing, it's getting worse every day. So there's an argument to be made for lowering interest rates to try to stimulate the economy. Meanwhile, there's an argument to be made for raising interest rates to slow down inflation. Of course, Trump and the piece of shit Republicans want to take control of the Fed so they can just lower interest rates, so they can just get access to free money, which they can just leverage to make more money at no cost to themselves. And so that's what's going on with the Fed. Meanwhile, yeah, Trump's trying to take it over. And how about these accusations of mortgage fraud, which are just lies, like everything Republicans say and do. Here's how it works. If you buy a house, you buy a house and you move into it, and you're a primary resident. And so you get the best deal on a mortgage, right? But it's a free country. So 5-10 years down the road, you can buy another house that's a little bit better. And so you do. And you're going to move into that. So it's your primary residence, right? And that's how your loan is structured on your second house. Meanwhile, your first house still has the same mortgage, doesn't need to be changed. There's no fraud there. It's just the natural progression of people who are making progress in life and doing well. And so your second home that you buy after your first home that you move into gets the best interest rates too, because it's your primary residence, right? And best tax rates also, like property taxes. If it's your primary residence, that's where you get your best deal. But Republicans want to try to say that the one black person on the Fed is breaking the law because she has two mortgages that were both her primary residences when she got the mortgage. It's the most common thing. It happens everywhere. Everyone in America does that the same way. That's how home loans work. And there's nothing wrong with any of it, right? If you try to buy a second home with second home pricing, your interest rates are going to be higher. Your property taxes are going to be higher. You can only have one house like that. But if you're saying you're going to move into it, you can get the best deals. In case you want to turn around and rent out your first house, right? And so that's just, if you can't see through all the noise about the lies of the Republicans about mortgage fraud based on this one black woman, of course, it's always the one black guy, like all the people and the women that Republicans don't like. Like all these, several of the military leaders that have been fired from their jobs. They had to fire the women and the black people first, because we got a racist regime, a bigoted racist regime of un-American, evil, corrupt people, just destroying our country from the inside out. Anyway, Charlie Kirk shooting. How about the Charlie Kirk shooting? Of course, evil Erica Kirk. Like I mentioned, if you haven't heard the voices from the Epstein files, Disturbing Illusions did this one story about Erica Kirk, this recording of her, which is very revealing. And boy, is she a scary, scary woman. She's a reason to not trust any Republican woman. If she's a representative of conservative women, oh man, I wouldn't want to date if I was a Republican man. No, I would just keep to myself because they're scary. But if you haven't heard, the bullet that killed him wasn't a 30-06 bullet. No shit, right? It was immediately proven right after he was killed that it couldn't have been a 30-06, because if it had been a 30-06 that hit him here, it would have blown his whole head off, right? And there was this evidence of a trajectory coming from the left side or his right side, maybe from right behind him, maybe from an air gun that was part of a camera, or maybe from a window that was open a little bit and someone was back in a room on that side. Who knows? But it wasn't this kid that they're trying to string up who was on the rooftop. That seems to be pretty clear. And Joe Kent talked about that, the National Security Agency guy that just quit his job. And I just want to say thanks again to Lawrence O'Donnell for using the leprechaun, Cash Yap Patel's real name. Cash Yap. That's his real name. Cash Yap. How come nobody ever says it other than Lawrence O'Donnell? Thank you, Lawrence O'Donnell. Appreciate you, brother. Okay. So yeah, now people are gonna have to go, oh, well, what hit him? Where did the bullet come from? It didn't come from that kid. That kid, I hope he gets off, because it doesn't look like he's guilty of anything except being in the wrong place, the wrong time. Who knows? Who knows what really is going on there? It's all pretty sus, as the young people like to say. All right, let's see here. Just want to talk about drug addiction for a second. Now, think about drug addictions and drug addicts. Alcohol addiction is some drugs make you want them, right? And they kind of take your agency away. They make you less guilty of being a bad person, because it's not really your fault once the drug is taken over, right? While if you're a cannabis user, you can choose to stop, choose to start again, and you'll never feel physical withdrawals. I mean, your appetite might go down for a few days. You might have a harder time going to sleep at first, but that's not the same as alcohol, where like your body doesn't want alcohol, and however much you drink, you're going to crave. So when you drink, you should just drink knowing that whatever amount you drink is what you're going to crave. So if you drink 1 beer a day, you're going to crave 1 beer a day, right? If you drink a 6-pack a day or a 5th of vodka, you're going to crave that same amount, and it's going to make you think about it. It's going to make you want to go buy more of it. So just be aware. And then cocaine, heroin, same shit. Cocaine will give you the thought, you should go get some cocaine today. You should go buy some more cocaine. It's not your thought, it's cocaine making you think that shit, right? So do your best to avoid the dangerous drugs that make you want them. And alcohol is in that camp. And if you're gonna drink alcohol, just do it, knowing the rules, man. However much you drink is however much you're gonna crave. So control how much you crave by controlling how much you drink. I am almost completely free of any urge to drink. I am down to I can go a week or two without drinking, drink 1 beer, even though I do have 2 cases of kick-ass, heavy-hitter Sierra Nevada, because I'm preparing for the end of the world. I got 6 months worth of food. I got 48 beers, even though I barely drink, because Republicans are pushing the earth off a cliff, and God knows and who knows what's coming next. And it would be a good time for us to all have bomb shelters, thanks to Republicans putting us all into a very unsafe place. Not just us, but everybody in the world. Anyway, yeah, be aware. But also, yeah, so I don't know what the solution is once you become addicted to something like that. When I was a young man, cocaine was prevalent in the 80s. It was everywhere. And in Marin County, people bragged that Marin was the cocaine capital of the world. And in the early 80s, if you were watching talk shows like I was, people were going on Donahue and Geraldo and Oprah and saying, oh, it has no negative side effects. Funny thing is, cocaine was $100 a gram in 1982. and today it's $100 a gram. I'm pretty sure. For a while there, George Bush was importing it, right, in the late 80s, early 90s. The cost of cocaine dropped dramatically because he was importing it, I think with the Clintons, right? And having it dropped off in Arkansas on those railroad tracks that two young men found, and then a lot of people believe the Clintons killed those two boys, and everyone associated with them. And his Surgeon General called it something that it wasn't, and yeah. So, drug addiction. Don't do, and nicotine, man. Nicotine makes you freaking dependent on it. Why does anybody start vaping nicotine? If you're not, it just doesn't make any sense. Anyway, if you must do drugs or a drug or do something to make yourself feel a bit better, obviously there's only one choice, and that's cannabis. Although there's some really lightweight intoxicants that you can smoke or make tea out of, and they're all around us, like this plant that's all over Maui, clipped daga. You can smoke that. Apparently it makes you relax a little. There's kava. There's this mimosa tree, which are everywhere. They're everywhere here on the mainland. They're often just in parking lots. They have these beautiful purple or pink flowers, but apparently you can make tea out of it, and it makes you relax a little or gets you high a little. I once read about lilikoi, the fruit, passion fruit, that it has a mood enhancement capacity, which made sense to me because when I was drinking, I was like, wow, do they call it passion fruit because it makes you more passionate about life? When I consumed a lot of passion fruit, it made me feel really good in an unusual way. And then I realized, mood enhancement is another way to say gets you high. I think there's a case to be made that consuming a fair amount of passion fruit in a slight way kind of gets you high, makes you feel a little bit high on life, which is just interesting. Anyway, all right. So I just want to talk about drug addiction for a second because I don't get it. I don't understand why anyone would want to turn to any drugs other than a little bit of cannabis. So how about the ignorance and the stupidity of piece of shit Republicans as they attack windmills, Don Quixote, attacking windmills and solar, renewable sources of energy. We've paid money to stop renewable projects. Joe Biden did the right thing. He invested in our future by starting renewable energy products, right? So what are we doing right now? We're making it way more expensive for fossil fuels all around the world and cutting off people's supplies. And what's that going to do? The opposite of these dumb shits agenda to make us more dependent on fossil fuels. Every country in the world right now is saying, oh, hey, maybe we should invest in more wind and solar because we can't count on oil. So, ironically, the outcome of much of this criminal regime doing all these crimes, killing all these women and children and innocent people all around the world, including in Iran, and trying to take control of the Strait of Hormuz, the side effect is going to be a whole lot more wind and solar, right? Obviously, which is just like they didn't. Republicans, conservative morons, never think anything through. They just do stupid shit, and then they double down on more stupid shit. Anyway, the Pentagon summoned a cardinal that's never happened before, right? To speak on behalf of the Pope because they don't like what the Pope is saying. It's like the worst sci-fi movie ever. A lot of people are calling for the 25th Amendment because a lot of people believe Trump is cognitively gone. And of course, he's been that way his whole life. but it's only getting worse. He's just a destructive force. When he was 3 years old, he was the little asshole that went around and knocked over other kids' blocks because he didn't like seeing anybody else having any fun or doing anything productive. And he hasn't changed since he was 3 years old. In fact, well, yeah, he's the same cognitively. He's the same intellectual level as when he was 3 years old. Afro Man. I didn't realize it, but Afro Man, it looks like he is a piece of shit MAGA Republican. Even though he's being oppressed by a bunch of piece of shit MAGA Republicans in his Ohio town. But he won his case, and he made great fun of the asshole cops that raided his house, destroyed his property, stole his money. And that was an interesting case in the news. I just wish he wasn't on that side. Like, it makes no sense. But now it does, because he lives in Ohio, right? So Republicans are working as hard as they can to criminalize left-wing, right? Politicians, left-wing thoughts, calling it the woke ideology, transgender ideology. There's no, I've never seen or heard any transgender ideology. I've watched people become increasingly more accepting and tolerant of people who are not the same as them, right? I grew up north of San Francisco, grew up with the gay pride parades in the background, in the news. And recently, now that they're under such attack, I enjoy going to gay pride events just to show support to people who are different than me, right? Because that's what it means to be an American, right? If they go after those people's freedoms, they're going after my freedoms. And if you were a smart Republican, which there ain't no such thing, you would make that connection. You know, if they can take away those people's rights, they can take away your rights, right? At what point do they stop? They're going after women's rights and minority rights and immigrants' rights and voters' rights and all of it. They just don't ever do anything good. Cucker Tarlson, I say Cucker Tarlson. He is like so many dumb shit Republicans who someday realize, oh wait, I've been lied to? Oh, I've been supporting what? Anyway, him, Candace Owens, you know, all the people Trump's decided he don't like no more. At least he can speak articulately to, but what a weak little man too. Just another Republican weak little man with 4 names. He's got 4 names. What is he part of the is it the Folgers Coffee dynasty or whatever? He comes from just ridiculous amounts of money. He's never needed a thing in his whole life. And yeah, anyway, anyway, thank you. Really American, the Really American channel on YouTube called him Cucker Tarlson, and that was just the perfect shout out. Quite. Let's see, what else? Oh, apparently Trump's been making visits to Walter Reed Hospital because he's got dementia, and they're trying to figure out every way they can through blood transfusions or drugs to try to keep his cognitive abilities good enough just to get past like 5 p.m. in the evening. Apparently sundowning is a real thing where later in the day your dementia gets worse, so they keep him out. Viktor Orban loses. That is a big victory, although the guy that beat him is a conservative, which, you know, there's no such thing as good conservative. There's no such thing as conservative values. There's conservative lack of values. But at least this piece of shit conservative in, is it Hungary? Romania. I think it's Hungary. I don't know. I get those two confused. Hungary, I think. At least this guy cares about democratic institutions, supposedly. And the way Viktor Orban had rigged the elections, It essentially gave people in rural places votes that were worth like 3 times what the vote of someone in a city center. Um, and so, what did this guy do? He went to all those rural communities and he talked to all the farmers and the the low information people, the people without a lot of education, and he won them over. And he put this piece of shit out of power right after J.D. Vance goes there and publicly endorses the tyrant, the fascist, authoritarian dictator piece of shit, Viktor Orban, out of office. Question is, will he be held accountable for all his crimes? We can only hope. The husband was arrested and then let go. I'm sure you've seen the story of the couple traveling on a sailboat, and man, that is there can be no evidence. There is no evidence that suggests he killed her, but it just seems very fishy, and I don't think, obviously we'll never know, but that's been in the news. I saw him talking about it afterwards. He's playing the role, even if he did do it. He's saying the right thing, saying that he misses his wife and crying about it, and yeah, obviously there's no evidence, but Trump went to that UFC fight recently instead of doing anything good, and he was booed mercilessly. Trump's phone number has been let out, and apparently people give it to one another and are trading with it because he's stupid. And Tiger, of course, has his phone number and just called him right after the drug addict Tiger Woods, the cheap bastard who stiffed his servers, his bellman, and his cart boy while he was here on Maui for the PGA event that used to be here. Yeah, he had his phone number, called him, right? If you don't know this, the chemicals, bisphenol A, BPH, BHP, bisphenol. Anyway, the shit that's in plastic that's really bad for us. It was a drug we were working on because we thought it might help as an estrogen substitute for women in like the 30s. It didn't work very good for that, but we realized it's really good at hardening plastic, right? Bisphenol A. And it's famously in a lot of places, like in the plastic that you're consuming things out of, but it's also coating receipts, right? So don't take receipts. Don't touch receipts. That's a way to get that evil shit into your bloodstream. And I was reminded of that from a video I watched the other day. And I'd seen it in this movie. There was this movie where a woman came to Hawaii, I think, and the islands north of here, like Midway, and was examining the contents of seabirds' stomachs with all the plastic in it, and the high levels of bisphenol A in their blood and in our blood, and she talked about it in that movie. Can't think of the name of it off the top of my head. And so it was there in my consciousness, but I just saw this video reminding me of what not to do. And so I'm doing everything I can to avoid touching receipts, believe it or not. And I was thinking back to all the time I touched receipts as a server, right? Putting them into check presenters, millions of times. I wonder how bad that was for me, or how much I was exposed to in the process. Dan Blazarian, here's an interesting guy. He's one of the Republicans that leans towards the Nazi set of beliefs, right? Because he is going after this Larry Fine, this piece of shit, Israel supporter who compared Muslims to dogs. This is a guy that's in Congress right now. Just a disgusting human being. And this guy, Dan Blazarian, is going to try to take him out. But he's running as a Republican, right? Which says to me that he also doesn't care about women's rights or the environment or mass shootings, right? A vote for a Republican is a vote for more mass shootings. If you want to see more mass shootings with the worst weapons, vote for Republican. If you don't like clean air, clean water, clean streams, clean soil, if you want to be polluted, if you want to be harmed by poisons in the environment, vote Republican, because that's what you're voting for, right? And if you want to murder women, right, if you're pro-death and you want to murder women, the one way to guarantee that is to take away women's reproductive health care, right? Any good man, any sensible man would want to take care of women and their vaginas. I'm for healthy vaginas. Anyway, that's not what Republicans are. So apparently he's all those other things, although he's not a supporter, and he's being labeled anti-Semitic, of course. Nevertheless, he's part of the Joe Kent side of the Republican Party that doesn't support Israel telling us what to do, and so on and so on. So an interesting and enigmatic character. I didn't know who he was. Apparently he's on a lot of platforms. He's some kind of influencer. I feel sorry for if you're being influenced by anybody with all those beliefs. But at least he's not somebody who dances on the graves of those being murdered by our bombs in other places, right? Like this guy, Larry Fine. I couldn't believe it. So heartbreaking to see anyone dumb enough to elect that guy. But of course, it's Florida. So, you get what you pay for. But interesting nonetheless, right? All right. Making progress. So much bad news. I mean, pages. The draft. So now my son's under the age of 25. He will be automatically registered for the draft because that's what we needed. We needed to create a war that didn't need to exist, so that we can create a draft that doesn't need to exist, so that we can create a perpetual state of war, right? Because if you read 1984 or if you saw the movie, there's three things that these Republicans are doing that are absolutely in line with George Orwell, right? The thought police, of course. But there were three sayings, right? Slavery is freedom. So, right, and they're trying to sell this idea to us. What you need is to be made slaves so that you can be free. Yeah, no, and war is peace, right? We need to be in a perpetual state of war, right? And that is peace, which it is not. And ignorance is strength, right? Which is what the Republicans' whole game plan is, or their whole brand is breeding ignorance, creating ignorance, perpetuating ignorance, taking away from education, putting down higher institutions of learning, destroying the Department of Education, because we don't want people to be educated, because if they have critical thinking skills, they would never think like a dumb shit Republican who would be dumb enough to believe ignorance is strength, right? Ignorance is not strength. Intelligence is strength, right? War is not peace. Peace is peace, right? And freedom is freedom. It ain't never gonna be slavery. But that is George Orwell's 1984. For those of you, I recommend you watch the movie if you're not a reader. I don't think I ever read the book, but I've seen both movies. I watched one of the movies in one of my classes at the community college. And if I may recommend, once again, for those of you who want to, set goals, make new friends, have new experiences, challenge yourself mentally, intellectually, prove to yourself that you can show up somewhere on time. Now, the only way to succeed in college is really simple. You got to go to every class. Go to every class. Do every assignment, even if it's substandard work. Turn it in on time. Do every homework assignment. Learn something new. Learn to think critically. And do your best to get an A or 2 A's. Try to get good grades. because then you get into the honor society, and then all the financial aid is there for you, and all the schools will want to invite you in. I had no idea I'd be invited to apply to an Ivy League school, but that just happened. I don't know that I would ever want to leave here for any good reason. This is potentially the most beautiful place on earth. I'm very lucky to live here. And especially with the world on edge of a nuclear catastrophe, I don't really want to be on the mainland, to be honest with you. And I'm hoping that we'll be somehow saved a little bit by being here in the middle of the Pacific. I'm hoping that the ocean will absorb some of that radioactive shit, and that it will predictably move over us, and that they won't bomb Oahu. But if they do, that's over 100 miles away, where the one military installation is, and we should be outside of that mushroom cloud. Sucks that I have to think these thoughts or talk about it. But there is that movement to send Barron Trump, right? Send Barron to war, right? Anyway. So think about the trap, though, right? Like, let's say you're playing a board game, a war board game, where you get your adversary to move a bunch of their assets into a place halfway around the world, the furthest place from themselves, right? Which is what Iran is. Iran is halfway around the world. It's the furthest thing from the United States, right? Imagine if you're China, imagine if you're Russia, actual adversaries of ours who see us as an enemy that they would like to conquer or topple or take all of our resources, harm our people. Like Putin has said he'd like to turn the United States into a parking lot, right? For instance. And Kim Jong-un in North Korea, Trump's buddy, they teach their children death to America in school, right? Meanwhile, that's why we got to go kill people in Iran, because they said death to America. Meanwhile, what's going to bring death to America are the Republicans bringing death to other people all around the world. But so while he thinks he's friends with these people who probably have, stuff over him, right? Obviously, right? They've got receipts they can pull, and Trump is their puppet. But just imagine if you're China, if you're all these countries who are our adversaries first, nothing makes you happier than seeing us become unfriendly with all of our allies, except for one, right? We're going to end up with one ally, and that's Israel. And somehow Israel and us are going to protect each other. I don't get it. But yeah, lose all your friends, upset everybody in the world, start a war for no reason, unload a bunch of your military crap there, right? And then it just leaves us vulnerable, right? We are way more vulnerable than we've ever been, thanks to this stupid war in Iran that is killing innocent people. We poisoned an entire city. We're committing one war crime after another. If it's not the words we use to say what we're going to do, it's the things that we're doing: bombing bridges, bombing civilian infrastructure, all the things that are against the rules of war, according to the Geneva Convention, the kinds of things that we like to hold other people accountable for, but not ourselves. Anyway, it's a trap. And Republicans are too stupid to not fall into that trap. And so here we are. And I worry. I definitely worry. So we don't know how many have been really killed, right? We hear all these different numbers. We're being lied to. It seems the general consensus is that we are being lied to about the number of fatalities, the number of casualties, the number of injured people. Of course, I wonder, I'm sure a lot of people are wondering, of all those top secret documents that Trump stole illegally, kept in his bathroom at Mar-a-Lago, which is where you put things when you're trying to hide them, right? Hide them in the bathroom. No one's going to look there. Right? Like, so how many of these documents were sold or given to who knows, right? And so when we see, our CIA headquarters was bombed, this military installation, that one was vulnerable, this one was bombed, we are getting attacked, quite possibly, in places and in areas and certain facilities because of illegal top secret documents that Trump was just selling or giving access to spies from all around the world that were walking through Mar-a-Lago, who had access to the bathroom. You know, I just wonder, right? I just wonder. I like how Jimmy Kimmel has trademarked the Trump Epstein files. That's cool. I love Jimmy Kimmel. And why can't we just vote against spyware? We could just make it illegal. No one can track you. How about that? How about we have a law that says no one can track you. Your phone can't be tracked. Period. End of story. Your personal data, your information is not a commodity that can be bought and sold by anybody for any reason, no matter what. Like you should be illegal to be telling people, here, sign here to use our app, and in the process, we're gonna know where you are all the time. We're gonna know everything you purchase, know where you live, know your medical history, know where you went to school, right? Like, why can't we just vote for people who will protect all that, right? Like, shouldn't that all just be our right to privacy? And why would that be so hard to conceptualize, right? Outlaw data centers, outlaw the collection of our data, outlaw the tracking of us. That all seems to be pretty common sense, right? That's all just common sense. All right, I just don't get it. I just go flock doorbell things, Amazon Ring, whatever. Cars now are tracking us. Yeah. And the whole age verification thing is just a ruse to spy on us. Oh, and all those. So the Iranian military went to this peaceful gathering of other countries, and they all went there with some naval ships that had been disarmed, right? So all this bragging, the traitors who are running our country are bragging about, oh, we took out their navy. We torpedoed boats that had no ability to defend themselves, right? And then we didn't try to save the people in the water, which is the right thing to do, right? I mean, it's just one horrible thing that they say after another. We've like, and rejoicing about the people that they've killed, right? And back to revenge. We didn't just kill the Ayatollah, we killed his kids, his grandkids, right? Like that, it doesn't create animosity in the next generation. I mean, how could you be so stupid? Anyway, they're killing their own people. So what, we should kill them or kill our own people? Like, anyway, none of it makes sense. Gunny speaks out. I do love this guy. I called in. I got through on his show. He doesn't have a real big. I think he had like 26,000 subscribers on YouTube last time I checked. And of course, a lot of these people are on other platforms, unlike me. But good guy. If you're a Republican, you don't know what a real man sounds like, looks like. And I love it. Gunny Gunnarsson is an example of those things. But I love that it's so easy to trip up a dumb shit Republican. You just got to apparently just ask him one question that I learned in, I don't know, junior high school. And that's, how many branches of government are there? If you're a dumb Republican and someone asks you that question, I'm going to give you the answer right now, because maybe you're too stupid to know that we have 3 branches of government. The executive branch, which is the president, the piece of shit president. The legislative branch, which is the House of Representatives and the Senate. And the judicial branch, which is the Supreme Court. There are 3 supposedly equal branches of government. Of course, the scales have been tipped. The Supreme Court is completely corrupted because of the Republican pieces of shit who corrupted it, and that's its own long story. And the Senate and the House of Representatives are corrupted by Republicans, and the executive branch is just a basket of deplorables. The Epstein freaking class, evil, pure, which makes it, listen, if you ever make millions of dollars, if you've got millions of dollars, billions of dollars, just live your life being a good person with a clean conscience, doing no harm, because that's the only pathway to pure, real happiness. If you want to sleep at night, if you want to be happy, you got to have a clean conscience, right? And if you've got all that money, you already have every luxury in the world. You should at least give yourself the luxury of a clean conscience and enjoy your life by not doing harm, right? But that's all Republicans, that's their brand. Do harm and get people to hate other people so it's okay to do harm to them. Pretty sick and twisted. Pretty evil. Pure evil, right? If there is hell, this is how you get there. You vote Republican. So the MAGA doomsday cult, right? And these evil people who are running our country just keep threatening nuclear war, nuclear catastrophe. I mean, it's just a constant thing now, right? And they need to do this in the name of Jesus, right? They need to set fire to the world because Jesus in the second coming is going to come through fire. Myth and superstition gone wrong, gone awry. These are all just psychotic biblical concepts that were born in the last 200 years. So sad, so sad. Let's see. Yep, that's all old news. Us bombing and killing 160 children. Double tap too, right? Oh, soft white underbelly. I mentioned this before. He's been interviewing Epstein survivors. That guy, like, if you think your family sucks, and it probably does, there are a lot of crappy families. I have a crappy family, but they're not nearly as bad as the crappy families of the people on soft white underbelly. I mean, it's just amazing, the stories that this guy captures, the things people tell him, and he starts just with a few prompts, you know, like, tell me about your childhood, and then they, you know, how was your childhood or whatever, and then and then it gets them going, and man, I mean, yeah, I just can't even believe how terrible some people are to their children. Yeah, but my family, it's just full of narcissists, Republican, shithole Republican narcissists who care only about themselves, their money, you know, and they'll give things to each other only, right? They would never be generous to anyone who isn't also a racist, bigoted traitor, who's dumb enough to believe a pathological liar in the name of God. I mean, it's all just such bullshit. It's crazy. So another interesting thing is how, you know, the piece of shit Republicans in Texas decided they're going to try to make sure that they take 5 seats in the House of Representatives. I think there's 435 members of the House of Representatives, and it's all based on population, and which is why our state only has 1 in the House of Representatives. We have 2 senators and just 1 because we have a small population. But it seems like this evil, derelict, criminal regime of Nazi dictators, the Republicans, are doing so much harm to so many people in so many ways that even in places where they were once popular, they may not be popular anymore. And we're seeing that in a lot of elections. And I have to wonder if the 5 districts that they think that they guaranteed to themselves in Texas as they redrew their map, wouldn't it be just beautiful if even in those places where they tried to rig the vote, people voted against them, right? That would just be beautiful. But then, of course, California responded in kind, and God bless them, but they did it democratically, which is a way more, just a way better way to do it. If you're going to gerrymander, you know, that's the way to do it. And it was a great response to the efforts to fix the elections by these racist bigots, Republicans, who are doing nothing but harm, right? The Security and Exchange Commission has been had its teeth taken out completely, and it's allowing every kind of criminal behavior that Republicans are doing, and I'm sure a few others, in addition to anybody who's got enormous piles of money. But they dropped their case against crypto billionaire fraudster Justin Sun. He gave a $94 million crypto bribe to Trump. So that's all it costs to get off the hook, apparently. Seed oils are brutal. Seed oils are probably worse than sugar, but most of you probably know that. Kyle Kalinske, I enjoyed watching him call out this guy Asmon Gold as a sick piece of shit. How about all those? How about all those devil worshippers? Did you see all the devil worshippers in the Oval Office putting their hands on the devil, praying to the devil, the evil Donald Trump? I mean, they call themselves Christians, but apparently they're Luciferians, and they're putting it on full display for everyone to see. I mean, and all the sick bastards. And how about James Tallarico? God bless him. Although I believe the sum total of all religious beliefs are myth and superstition. They don't have to be bad. And James Tallarico is an example of myth and superstition not being a bad influence, not being represented by bad people. But of course, these devil worshippers, Trump supporting Christians, are calling for James Tallarico to die. I hope God kills James Tallarico, because he's not a racist bigot Christian like we are. Unbelievable. But he makes such a good point, because it's so simple, right? The best way to be a traitor to your country is to want to confuse religion with politics. Best way to be a traitor to your religion is to want to confuse religion with politics, right? In one fell swoop, when you try to conflate religion and politics, you're a traitor to both religion and your country at the same time. And it's just so obvious. Anybody with critical thinking skills can understand that and can distill it, right? Because if you're a sensible religious person, you come to the United States, we were founded on religious freedoms, right? Being free to practice or not. This religion, that religion, no religion, that's real freedom. And the proper response would be to be a humble religious person and say, thank you for the right to practice whatever religion I want, however I want, right? And in response to that, and to show my thanks, I will not try to confuse religion with politics. The last time I went to this fucking piece of shit chapel up the street, they put up a guy who was telling everybody in the congregation to vote Republican. Nothing more disgusting in my life have I ever seen. And, well, I mean, other than everything Republicans do all the time. But, yeah, you not smart enough to figure that out? They think they're somehow going to save babies, because that's the whole catch, right? They tell you, oh, you're killing children, because children occur when conception happens. No, a child becomes a child when they are born, when they come out of the vagina. Or at least some would say at 4th to 5th month. Okay, whatever. You don't kill women. You don't take away their right to reproductive health care. It is just, in the 70s and 80s, Republicans, at least then, before the immoral majority and Jerry Falwell started to corrupt everything, I grew up surrounded by Republicans who believed in women's rights to reproductive health care. And any real man who wants to go out there and have sex, right? Let's say you're a real man, and you got enough moxie to meet the ladies and to get laid. You're a fucking idiot if you don't want women to have the right to an abortion. Holy shit, you fucking morons. And, right, like maybe you knock up a woman you don't want to settle down with and have children with and stay with your whole life, and maybe you have a trajectory. Maybe you're in medical school. Maybe she's in medical school, and you want her to get out of school and become a provider. Whatever it is. And then women, why would you vote against your own right to protect your health, right? In shithole red states right now, getting pregnant is potentially a death sentence, right? Because of evil religious people thinking you deserve to die just because you have a miscarriage. Miscarriages shouldn't be a death sentence, but they are in what, 25, 26 shithole Republican states. All the states I will not go spend money in. I will not visit. I will do everything to avoid your shithole Republican state. Now, unlike this ugliness, like I'm ugly. I can't do nothing about being this ugly. But you can do something about your state being so fucking ugly, and you can vote not for Republicans the rest of your life. Unless Republicans start to someday care about common sense shit like reproductive health care making sense and taking care of the environment and less mass shootings, at least less of them, by guns that are not military grade assault rifles. Now, those rifles, a bullet will go through 12 walls. They don't stop. They just keep going and going. They'll go through a person and then 6 more people. And they can have clips of 30 rounds. Like, anyway, at least force that awful mass shooter to use a revolver that only has 6 bullets. Or a bolt action, hunting rifle that might have that same kind of crazy ass velocity and capacity like an AR-15s, but that you can only do 1 bullet at a time, right? We need to limit our mass shooters to revolvers, shotguns, and bolt action, right? And at least we can slow down. But of course, there was another mass shooting, one in Oklahoma yesterday, and of course, that kid, that mass shooter who was stopped by the principal who got shot, guaranteed his parents are MAGA morons, and he grew up a MAGA moron, right? 90% of all the terrorism, the domestic terrorism, is committed by right-wing religious extremists who are a danger to us all. But when they have unfettered access to firearms like they do in Republican states with their Republican parents going, oh, hey, you like that? Anyway, at least some Republican parents who are giving their kids guns to commit mass shootings, they're finally going to prison, right? Where they belong. And so on. I tell you what. Oh, and then after this war, we just stranded people all over the place. Anyway, let's move on. What else? Man, I was so on Afro Man's side, and I still am, but not as much once I realized he's a piece of shit Republican, probably. He was hoping he could perform at a Donald Trump event or something. Oh, that just breaks my heart. Breaks my heart. How about all these MAGA morons that are leaving and they're like, oh, deconstruction is so hard. I can't believe I was lied to. Oh my God. Yeah. Oh, this guy Chris Norland is a guy living in South Korea, but he's an American, and he puts content out there that is very, it's just intelligent content. It's about all the stupid things that Republicans are doing and all the stupid side effects, like the real effects on our economy, on our tourism. I mean, we're just shooting ourselves in the foot, then the other foot, and then in both hands, right? Voting for stupid Republicans. It's just the saddest shit ever. But if you haven't seen Chris Norland, I really like his content. And then, of course, this colonizing, imperialist mindset that these racist, bigot, Republican traitors are just full of, as they just want to invade and conquer countries like it's freaking 1,000 years ago or 100 years ago. I mean, it is just repulsive. Is Cuba next? Is Greenland next? We threatened Canada. We've threatened Panama. We've threatened Mexico. We took the leader of freaking Venezuela out, and we're just murdering innocent people off the coast of Venezuela. We could capture those guys and examine the boats and go, oh, look, there's drugs. And then, oh, we need to prosecute you. Okay, and bring them from 1,500 miles away, no threat to us, bringing in the cocaine that Don Jr. is going to snort. If they are even getting it this far, I bet that those drugs only make it as far as the Caribbean islands, right? I mean, they're doing drugs everywhere, right? It's not like these boats are headed for Florida. They're headed for like the Dominican Republic or or Cuba or Haiti or the Virgin Islands or Puerto Rico, right? They're not headed, which is the United States of America as well, although they can't vote for president. Right now, withdrawals from people's retirement accounts are at an all-time high because people are suffering more than they've ever suffered in our country, thanks to Republicans destroying everything they touch. Markets are down, job cuts are happening. Why can't we just not celebrate companies that are cutting jobs, giving all the jobs to artificial intelligence? Why is that something that's seen as good on Wall Street? Personally, when I call someone and there is no person I can get through to and it's just some AI bot, I hang up. I do not interact with artificial intelligence. It's a huge disappointment to me. Heartbreaking. We need to make a point of supporting any businesses, any corporations that keep employees and stop using those. I mean, shit, Amazon, right? They're now cutting all their Amazon jobs for robots and artificial intelligence. And I mean, so like not only have they destroyed all the jobs in your community, but now if you had some Amazon jobs in your community, those are gone too. Anyway, I gave up my Amazon Prime, and I'm really happy to have done that. And yeah. All right, what else? Oh, God. Of course, the shooting in Austin, 19 injuries, AR-15. Tariff refunds, never going to happen. Although they're going to happen, they're going to be given back to the huge corporations, right, that were taxed. Now they're going to get all their money back. The consumers aren't going to get any of their money back, but huge corporations are going to maybe get some of their money back. We didn't take in $200 billion in tariffs, and where'd that money come? From our pockets. No other country paid tariffs. Republicans are so stupid. They actually believe the lies that they're told about tariffs. They come from our pockets, right? When you pay more money at the store, that's from tariffs and other stupid things Republicans are doing to harm you. Yeah, anyway. Then there's that stolen valor clown Republican who shot himself and claimed to have gotten a wound serving his country. I think that's the guy from Montana. Anyway, what else? Erica Kirk, Candace Owens. How about commanders telling our troops attacking Iran is in preparation for Armageddon and the return of Jesus? That is some psychotic effing bullshit. Oh my God, literally. If this doesn't make religion look shitty, I don't know what possibly could more than the threat of killing everyone on earth to bring Jesus back. You don't want your kids to be alive or your grandkids. You want to just kill everybody and generations and all life on the planet, that's what Jesus wants? And was Jesus a narcissist, right? If Jesus was a narcissist like Trump, he would have made getting to heaven all about going through him, right? If Trump was leading a religion, right, and we'll probably see this in the future, some psychos that believe in him will say, oh, the only way to get into heaven is to admit that Trump is God himself. Look, I don't believe Jesus was a narcissist. If Jesus is all loving, all knowing, if God is all knowing, all loving, if you're a good person, you should have nothing standing in your way to get to heaven if there is such a place. And the part where people have confused this with, oh no, the only way to get to heaven is to say that is through Jesus, right? I don't think Jesus was a narcissist. Jesus would have had to been a narcissist for him to want us to think that the only way to get to heaven was by being completely loyal and faithful to him and only him, right? That would be what Trump would do if Trump had his own religion. So I just don't believe Jesus was a narcissist. I don't think he would have made it all about him. I think he would have made it all about being a good person, being kind and honest and generous and sympathetic and empathetic. Empathy is not a weakness, it is a strength. And so on. And so, of course, how does that play out on the Muslims? It becomes a religious war for them. And the Jews, it's a religious war for them. And it's all crazy nonsense. All the abolish ICE monuments or movements are cool. All those monuments in the Capitol making fun of Trump with Jeffrey Epstein at the front of the Titanic. Brilliant. What else? Christy the dog killer. How's that? Oh, amazing, yeah. This gross, I can't even believe she's like, anyway, yeah. Awful people. Tony Gonzalez, that's the evil bastard, the Texas Republican who made advances to one of his employees, and then she ended up setting herself on fire. He finally just quit his job. I love this lady, Christina Talks. She's pretty cool. She breaks it down pretty good. Stephen Miller, the biggest pussy that ever lived in the United States of America. I mean, my God, in American history, there's never been a more fucked up person other than all the Republicans like Trump and Hegseth. And oh my God, it is just awful. What a disgusting, weak little man. I love how this lady, Lauren Puretra, she's like, I gotta have more subscribers than little bitch Stephen Miller's disgusting wife. And she has now more subscribers than her. And that is, that's cool. How about the United States Senator piece of shit who breaks a Marine's arm, who spoke out against genocide. God, it's amazing. It's amazing. All right. Holy shit. Okay. 207 minutes. I'm sorry this took so long. I didn't do the news for over a month. It's been so awful. I've been focusing on trying to make sure I have as much as I can of the things I might need. Like, what's the first thing that's going to go off the shelves at the grocery store when the first nuclear bomb is set off? Toilet paper. So I have like a 2-year supply of toilet paper. I got 6 months of food, probably. Both my cars have a full tank of gas all the time. And so on. I've been thinking, on the ground. I wish I had a property. I wish I had a hole in the ground. Wish I had a fallout shelter. But I don't have those things, and I hope I won't need them here. But if the shit hits the fan here, you might want. I got 2 cases of beer. Oh, so I bought this in an effort to stock up on all the things I might need at the end of the world, which the Republicans are trying to bring us to. I got a 6-pack of dragon fruit cider, right, which was not shelf stable. Didn't realize that. I later looked at the label and it said, keep refrigerated, re-fermentation may occur. Re-fermentation may occur could also say, this shit's gonna blow up. I'm in my kitchen the other day, and not 1, not 2, but 3 cans, like fireworks, boom, 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 all at once. Just sounded like one boom, just like a gunshot went off in my cabinet. And it was 3 cans of dragon fruit cider just exploding. in my cabinet. And then it was like, oh shit, I haven't been drinking much, but I have to drink like all of this, or I have to throw it away. I don't like to let things go to waste, and so I had to drink like, and then I had to open up the other three. I put a towel over my hand, draped it over the can, and in the sink, opened those, and boom! It sounded like a gunshot. I thought maybe someone would report gunshots, because that's what it sounded like. And I learned a valuable lesson about reading labels, keeping things refrigerated that might need it. I'm pretty sure, I think the pasteurization process helps mitigate that. I'm pretty sure these beers are going to be okay not in the refrigerator. But that was interesting. Lesson learned the hard way. I also had some Lilikoi cider that I purchased at the same time that was in a cabinet, and I pulled that out and put it in the fridge, and I'm going to probably drink those pretty soon. They don't really seem like something I can keep for the long term. Also, because I've been going to a food bank and getting the fresh fruits and vegetables, whatever they've got, like they have cabbage, so I've been eating cabbage, which is I believe a cruciferous vegetable. It's quite good for us. But I've also been taking in apples, and I haven't been eating them, and I haven't known what to do with them. But I boiled them, man. I got my biggest pot out, and I filled it about halfway up with apples. I sliced them up, threw them in there, and slowly boiled those and made like apple juice or cider like stuff from that, and figured out how to use all these apples I haven't been using, because I don't like to let things go to waste. And that worked out pretty good. I got 3 big bottles of what's basically like apple juice. Also had a can of applesauce. I threw that in there, and so that's cool. I'm always happier when I can use everything I purchase or take on from the food bank, yeah, that's one way. And then I haven't been consuming the oranges either, so I got a juicer, and I've been juicing fresh squeezed OJ, which is using those up, which is positive, right? No one likes to throw food away, or alcohol, or anything. Yeah. What else? I don't know. I thought this was kind of interesting and funny. There's at the mall here, we have a cat cafe. But I didn't realize, like, oh, they make it so if you want, you can adopt these cats. And they've got this whole program where you can be here on vacation, go to the cat cafe, fall in love with a cat, and they will help you. They will bring it to the airport to help you bring it home with you, which is interesting and cool and good for those cats. Anyway, yeah, relax, play, adopt. Here, look, they even have a one of these things. Anyway, what a nice business concept, or whatever. Maybe it's a nonprofit. I don't know. Yeah, and like I said before, play the odds in your favor, right? If you got a 2-lane highway going against a 2-lane highway, drive in the lanes furthest away from one another so that you're not just one of these from a head-on accident. And wear condoms, and don't drink and drive, and don't gamble, and don't snort anything, and don't pop pills, and avoid violent people, and avoid the wrong relationships, because these are all the things that kill people all the time. And, you know, all you can do is hedge your bet and play the odds in your favor. And on top of that, you know, have a good attitude, eat right, exercise, sleep healthy with a clean conscience, because you're doing no harm, and, you know, make the world a better place. Wouldn't it be nice to leave this world better than you found it, or at least to have had a positive effect on it while you were in it? And if you haven't seen it, it's pretty interesting. Check out Alien Interview #1. If you want to know, like, what an alien would say to us 62 years ago, knowing what's going to happen, it's fascinating, because everything this alien says it just becomes more and more true, and is ever present in front of us, and it is also a reason for concern. Like I really, I will not be surprised at all if tomorrow or next week or in 6 months, these evil conservatives, these Republican traitors, are the cause of a nuclear catastrophe, because they have just created such an unsafe world for us, for them, for everyone. It's just heartbreaking. Anyway, all right, I got people to see, places to go, things to do. I ran into an old friend at Costco yesterday, and he told me that he's got this business. I may very well make a video of my friend's business. It's an art gallery, because, you know, that's what you do for your friends. Maybe when visitors come, they will go there because of a video I make. Who knows? I did make this one video recently, 23 minutes long, or 20 minutes long, of the damage from the storm. And it was very informative because I haven't really produced any videos since I've been monetized that, you know, got a lot of ads or views. And I realized that shorts don't pay anything, and live streams don't pay much at all either. But a basic video that isn't controversial, that doesn't have any strikes for ad suitability, will pay a little bit of money. In other words, the numbers, I got 6,400 views of my walk around video showing the damage from in this little area from the recent storms, and that video paid like $35, which made me. And then I saw another guy showing the money he makes, and it was so much less on average. Like, there's just not that much money in this. You got to do this stuff because you want to, because you like to, and you know, do what you love what you do, and let money be a byproduct of you doing what you love and loving what you do, right? Because you can't go into things just for money's sake. That is just shallow, and it's a great way to waste your life. But it made me think. So what I'm probably going to be doing in the future, I'm going to change the way I do this. I might still go live like this, but at the same time, I'm going to get on other platforms, and I'm going to record it. Maybe I'll just record it in the first place and then post it, right? Which is where and how you can make the most revenues from the same content. And I'm determined to branch out onto other platforms, right? If I just recorded this and then also put this on Twitter and also put this on Blue Sky and Facebook and Instagram and wherever everyone goes to get their social media stuff, you know, it'd be interesting to test the waters, to see how revenues are obtained, how money's made on these other platforms. I really don't know anything about any of that. This has been its own puzzle to try to figure out. But at this point, I have more than 7,000 subscribers. Thank you for subscribing. And I've had almost 1.7 million views in total. I have 1,300 videos on this channel, which is not the god-awful news for the most part. This is the only really negative content other than damage. Unfortunately, you guys, the audience people out there, they like to look at damage, tragedy, bad things. So when bad things happen, I guess if I'm smart, I'll go try to make footage of that stuff because people want to watch it, and it might pay the bills. It's also just basically interesting, and I understand all that, but it'd be better if people were more interested in really happy, positive content. And so I'm going to keep doing that stuff. I found recently, thanks to this art class I took, I have found the 2 art galleries on island that are free. I think they're the only 2. I mean, there's art galleries, but these are the 2 art exhibition places. The Hui no E Ao, which is the old Baldwin House, and the Schaefer Art Museum, which is attached to the Maui Arts and Cultural Center. Both of them, every 2 months, have a new set of artistic things on display, and they are free. I think one of them is closed Sunday, Monday. They might be, anyway, but they're open like 5 days a week, and they're free, and they're art, and it's all positive, right? So I'm going to keep doing that because it's positive. And I am determined I've taken one art class, and from my one art class, one of my assignments made it into an art exhibition, which is making me rethink who I am, could be, might be in the future. Maybe I'll be an artist. Maybe I'll call myself an artist. I don't know. But I'm now determined because it was the coolest class I ever took. And if you're a young man, listen to me. Go to school. Go to college. Go to a community college. You don't even need a high school diploma, right? Take an art class. Take more than one art class. There were only 2 guys in my art class. All young. Well, there was one young woman with her mom there in class, and the rest of them were young, nice women who you all become friends in an art class. And if I was in my early 20s, man, that would be just the greatest place to meet great women. In school is a great place, period, but an art class even better, because art brings the best out in people. And yeah, so I'm going to take every art class this community college offers, because after having one really great experience in one art class, I'm hedging I bet you I'm going to find that all the art classes are enjoyable and fun and interesting, and you don't have to be someone who can draw a perfect face, right? With printmaking, you just have to be able to trace something and then carve it out of a plate, and then you just stamp that plate. So if you can carve linoleum or wood, if you can trace, you can become an amazing artist, which is fascinating, right? And I imagine, that sort of thing can be said in other artistic, other ways to express yourself artistically. So, yeah. And if you show up to every class and you do every assignment, pretty good chance you'll get an A. And if you can accumulate some A's, you can have a high grade point average. And with that, you can go to any college easily and qualify for financial aid. I just got recently, just when I really needed it, almost $3,000 in financial aid. I had no idea. Game changer, life changer. So yeah, just when I needed it, right? A miracle came through. So, and pretty soon I might actually be able to put some hours in and get a real paycheck and a real job where I can have a positive influence on my community, help protect my community with this job. And so, I hope that works out because I'm now invested in this process for 5 months. And it should allow me to continue to go to school and do homework at work. With this particular job, you're on the job for an hour in a life-saving capacity, and then after an hour, you switch with your coworker, and they go into that role, and you can take a nap, you can read a book, you could do homework, right? So that is kind of what I'm hoping that my life will flow together as I'm trying to rebuild it after losing everything in a fire. I'll hopefully be able to live close to where I work, which is what this would be, do homework and schoolwork while I'm at work, and have 2 days off a week. My only 2 days off a week will be the 2 days that I'm in school. That's kind of the future I'm trying to create for myself as I rebuild my life after losing almost everything in the fire. And I can't stress enough how valuable and to an extent the realization of new friends, making new friends, keeping up with old friends, which for me just means I leave the house. Every great thing that ever happens in your life starts when you leave your house. When I rode a bicycle across the United States, I did this 3 times by myself for a good cause. In fact, let me show you. every bit of evidence, from those cross-country bike rides burned up in the fire, except for one. This was one of the few things. I pulled this off the wall, put it in my car right before I escaped the fire. But this, when I rode a bicycle across the United States for a good cause, I raised awareness for the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, and so my job was to basically, my self-appointed job was to call the radio stations, call the newspapers, and call the TV stations, and figure out who I need to talk to, get through to that person. Right, it was a sales job, if nothing else, and then give them my pitch. And then once I had a bunch of newspaper articles already written about me doing this thing, I was able to just give a stack of pre-written stuff to the journalists, which they just cheated from. It made it so easy for them to write the story, do the story. But in Auburn, California, twice I was put on the cover of a newspaper. The Capital Times in Madison, Wisconsin, put me on the cover. Big picture, which was cool. And I got a lot of good stories from Madison, Wisconsin. And then in Auburn, California, which is really close to Nevada City, where my great-great-great-grandfather settled after he sailed around Cape Horn and became the first surveyor and drew the first city map of Nevada City. His map is in City Hall upstairs, but close to that is the town of Auburn, and the Auburn Journal put me on the cover of the Auburn Journal, which was cool. But then the next day, because when you ride your bicycle across the United States for a good cause, turns out people will open their doors to you. And I realized that after a little time. And I wasn't afraid to see where I could go. And for instance, one thing I commonly did, because I would leave and ride towards the sun setting, right, getting a little closer to home, knowing I'm headed in the right direction at dawn or dusk or in the afternoon, and then ride until 8 or 9 or 10 o'clock at night. Find some bar in any 20-mile span in the country. There's some bar, right? Go in and ask the bartender, hey, this is gonna sound a little crazy, but I happen to be riding a bicycle across the United States of America, and I really want to have a beer, but I need the peace of mind of knowing that my bicycle's safe. So any chance I could bring it inside and just set it against a wall over there? Bartender would be like, what? Hell yeah, bring it on in, and the first drink's on me. and so I've got a million stories of that. And then the guy next to me that sits down and heard all that, he buys the second drink. And then next thing you know, I'm getting back out on the road. Like when they close, I'll be the last guy to leave the bar, knowing that all the drinkers from all the bars have probably already gotten on the road and gotten home. So now I get on the road with a buzz, ride my bicycle at 2 a.m. and knowing that all the drunks are gone, right? Between like 10 and 2, I figured my odds were the best to stay off the road. And I might as well be, and I'd have physical pain that a couple beers would help. Anyway, so Auburn is right above Rockland, California, where the 49ers used to have their training camp. And they did it at Sierra College, and I knew that. So I thought, wow, wouldn't it be interesting, let's go there and see it. And so I did, and I figured out where their office was, and I was hanging out by the office front door, and Dwight Clark came by, and he's like, hey, what are you doing? And he pulls out a big old picture of himself, signs it, gives it to me, which is super cool. And then R.C. Owens, the guy who was in charge of the 49er training camp, a really good guy. I think R.C. Owens might be famous for like the inventor of the alley-oop, something like that. Anyway, but a very well-liked and trusted guy in the 49ers organization, to the extent that he was in charge of the training camp. And so there I was, Dwight Clark, me, and then RC comes up, and Dwight goes, hey man, he says something nice about me to this guy, and he goes, what are you doing? I said, I just rode a bicycle from New York to here, although I'm from Santa Fe, and I grew up a Niner fan, and And he goes, "Come with me, son." He just brings me into his office, sits me down across from him in his office. The KGO people, KGO radio people came in. It was KGO day, so all their sponsors were VIPs that day, and they were all in a room. And he's like, "Hey, you want to come? Will you come tell your story to all these KGO sponsors?" I was like, "Sure." So then I left his office. I went and I told my story to these people, and I came back in, and he's like, "Hey," and there were these coolers with all kinds of beverages. I'm like, "Hey, help yourself. Whatever you want." Like, just the nicest guy ever. And he's like, "It's a little too late today to make you a VIP because practice was winding down, right?" But he goes, "Hey man, if you can come back tomorrow, I'll give you a VIP pass." And so I went back the next day. I brought my brother, and I had this newspaper of me on the cover from the town just north of Rockland, Auburn, and I got it signed by many of the 49ers, right, including George Seifert, Jerry Rice, Spencer Tillman, all the Bubba Paris, and I got to go through the lunch line with them, right? And it was so cool. In the lunch line at Sierra Community College, I got Bubba Paris to my left and Tom Rathman to my right, and I'm just going through getting food. It was cool, man. But you know, all part of, like, man, when you're riding a bicycle across the United States by yourself, like when you're 500 miles away from where you start, when you're 300, it impresses the shit out of people. Like, "Oh my God, you're in the middle of Pennsylvania." Like, "Well, you from New York on your bicycle?" But imagine when you get to, you know, Michigan, Wisconsin, right? South Dakota, people are like, "Holy shit." Anyway, so this is the newspaper from the Auburn Journal in Northern California, gold country, where, you know, the gold rush happened, where my great-great-grandmother and great-great-grandfather settled down in Nevada City. Anyway, so this is that newspaper with the 49er signatures on it. This is one of the few things I saved from the fire. But it's pretty cool, man. That's me. I was using the garbage bags for water. You know, I didn't have my rain gear, and that was something I realized, right? I could, you can ask anybody. I didn't ask people for much. I asked people for sometimes a tape. If you got a tape of some music that's different than what I got, I'll take that off your hands. And because people would often say, "What can I do for you?" You know. But also the other thing, you can get almost anybody to give you a garbage bag, right? And a garbage bag is all you need for rain gear, and then you throw it away when you're done. Anyway, so I'm wearing a garbage bag. The photographer lay down on the ground beneath my bike and took this shot up through it. I'm wearing a bandana that says America. But you got George Seifert, the coach. Jerry Rice, number 84, right there. And so on. And then they wrote a real nice article, right? "Long trek for good cause nears end for cyclist." Anyway, that's the only proof I have of riding a bicycle across the United States of America. Funny I say it like that because when I was in Florida on my first trip, I thought I would avoid the mountains. So I drive right through the South, right? And when I got over the border of Florida, I was on Interstate 10. I had ridden Interstate 10 all the way I started out on Interstate 8 out of San Diego until it met up with 10. And then I was on 10, right? Which is before they had 80 mile an hour speed limit, 75 mile an hour speed limit. So it was a little less harrowing back then, but nevertheless. And I'd ride all night long, and I was invisible to cops and whatnot. They didn't really care. Anyway, I get into Florida, and I'm on Interstate 10, and I've passed the Pensacola exit. I'm like a couple hundred yards past that, and I get pulled over by a state trooper. And the trooper walks up to me and says, "Boy, what in the hell you doing riding your bicycle on the interstate?" And I go, "Well, believe it or not, this road's actually safer. Like, This is the part where I make a case for myself. Why? Because those back roads are windy. They got no shoulder. They got dogs that are out of their yard that will chase you down. They got drunks driving home from their country bar up the road with no shoulder. And not to mention interstates, they blow everything up and they pave straight through it. And they got shoulders that are, as bigger than a whole lane. So I realized, that's probably the best way to get across the United States is on interstate. Plus, I'm trying to get there, not trying to, spend my life on the road. So I get pulled over by the guy, and I say, well, you're not going to believe this, but, and I know it's, may not be legal, but I just rode this bicycle all the way from California on Interstate 10, and you're the first trooper to pull me over. Although I did get pulled over once by a California highway patrolman outside of El Centro. Anyway, and then I was like, and I'm doing it for a good cause. And I showed him the newspaper articles, and he goes, and then I did this thing I learned to do, because I ended up getting pulled over multiple times on interstates. And the best way to change a police officer's vibe, if you ride a bike across the United States for a good cause, and you've shown him you're in the news, which makes him think, oh, what if he gets in the news like tomorrow? I don't want his story to be that the local cops are terrible people or whatever. What if he gets on Oprah Winfrey? Anyway, I would say, hey, would you mind if I take a picture? So now suddenly, this unsuspecting police officer, state patrolman, is having to smile for a picture. And once you smile, it's really hard to be pissed off and angry. And now someone's got your picture too, to go with the story, whatever that story is. And if it's a bad one, you're just a good guy doing a good thing. So anyway, yeah, that was, that's, I'll never forget him walking up to me. Boy, what in the hell are you doing riding your bicycle on the interstate? Oh man. But then I had to backtrack a little, go into Pensacola, and it was like a miracle. Like, I have this weird good luck. There was a Days Inn and a Denny's adjacent to one another. The ladies at the Days Inn were like, tell you what, we're going to give you the employee rate. It's only, $15 for the night. And then this thunderstorm came over like I'd never seen before, like a Florida thunderstorm where it just rains holy hell, and there's lightning and thunder, and the clouds go from dark gray to dark purple and dark green. I mean, just crazy. But so in a way, I kind of got saved by that, because I would have been out on the road when that came, and I would have to find some place to find some shelter. And then that next through Destin, Florida, and Panama City. Just one great story after another of nice people just doing nice things for me. Some really good stories. But yeah, that's why I say it like that, because I'm just taking it from that Florida trooper that pulled me over. And so on. Like I said, I got to write a book. I need to write a book about this stuff. Anyways, let's hope someday everything is still good, and I can make a show called the good news, like if there ever will be any. Of course, that probably won't happen while Republicans are driving the news cycle. And it could even be some bad Democrats out there making some bad news, but for the most part, it's these horrific, dirty, disgusting people that want to take away people's voting rights, their health care rights, their rights to safety, their right to a clean environment, clean air, clean water. They're putting PFAS chemicals. These Republicans are putting PFAS chemicals in pesticides that they're spraying onto plants. Where is it? Dark Waters, I think that's the name. Ruffalo, that guy Mark Ruffalo starred in a movie about this subject, I don't know, more than 10 years ago. If you don't know what PFAS chemicals are, you don't want them in your environment, in your food, on anything, in anything. Why can't we just outlaw PFAS chemicals, right? Let's challenge our scientists to coming up with a solution to find ways and means to not need to use PFAS chemicals. They always preface the story with, well, these essential things that we need for the space industry or for the whatever. And we've known, look, New Jersey was the epicenter of the first PFAS chemicals, and it killed generations of people. It has harmed many people, thanks to DuPont, who then sold the formulas to 3M, and between 3M and DuPont and any other corporations that are now incorporating PFAS chemicals into their production processes, they are killing us. They're killing us all. They're poisoning you and your family. And now we have what? Everybody supposedly has PFAS chemicals in their blood. All of us have microparticles of plastic in our blood. And why can't we just choose to find, what if we just said, okay, packaging, in every way possible, we are going to stop using plastic. We can make paper products that'll hold beverages. We can make things out of glass, paper, and metals, right? Like aluminum can hold your beer, glass, and paper products. I bet we could eliminate, and then that plastic which we use could come from hemp, right? And be 95% less toxic and biodegradable. You know, like we could do a lot of good for ourselves if we could just elect people who want to protect our privacy and not welcome data centers in, and stop using plastic and stop using PFAS chemicals. Anyway, I dare to dream. I dare to dream of a better world where we do these things, and which would be common sense, which isn't something that any of you dumb shit Republicans ever had in the first place and still don't have. And it's just highlighted more and more and more as Republicans do more and more and more stupid, dangerous, awful things to harm more and more and more people, including you and your children and your parents. But still, you have this loyalty in the cult to these people that want to make America god-awful. But luckily, I don't know any of these people. Nobody in my community. Hawaii is not that stupid. Thank God. It's very rare that you find people dumb enough to be a Republican here, which is wonderful. Yeah, those great ladies at I've Had It News, they're in Oklahoma, which is a tougher situation than what I'm facing. 70%, 71%, I think 29% of the voting populace here is dumb enough, is ignorant enough to vote for a Republican at any time, every time, whatever. Although locally, we got this local senator, right, Ellie Cochran, just switched from Democrat to Republican, which makes me sick. There's just no way you ever had any values at all if you're willing to do that, like Tulsi Gabbard. Because you're going away from protecting women's rights, protecting the environment, protecting children from mass shootings, to saying, hey, I'm for all that. And it's reprehensible, and it shows that you never had a soul. But this local guy, a friend, Paele, who's been a leader of our community coming out of the fire, who is a canoe paddler, great guy, solid guy. I told him, I said, I told him he should run for mayor or governor. But he is running for a state Senate seat, which is just makes me so happy. Like Archie Kalepa. I wish Archie Kalepa would run for governor or for mayor. Like a real man, a man's man. You know what I mean? And a waterman. Both of them are watermen, which is like the highest honor in Hawaii if you can be called a waterman. Good at all things water. I'm like halfway there. I swim, I paddle, but I'm not adept at surfing, which is, you kind of need to be adept at surfing to be a waterman. But some of the watermen don't really know how to paddle, and they're not really the best swimmers. So we all have, things to work on. And yeah, all right. I think I've talked so goddamn long. Oh my God, I'm so sorry for talking for so dang long. Please like, subscribe, smash that whatever button. Or not, whatever. Do what you like what you do. Keep your conscience clean. Be kind, be generous, be honest, be the best person you can be the best version of yourself you can be. And you know, that's all you can do is your best to do your best, right? And if you're doing that, then you know you're leaving everything on the table. You got nothing to feel bad about, right? Yeah, and that's it. I hope I influenced you to do all the right things, you know, for you and yourself and your community and whatnot. And if the people you're listening to aren't echoing these sentiments, probably shouldn't listen to them. Especially anybody who was fooled by this racist bigot, douchebag, DJT, douchebag, jackass, traitor. Yeah, and thanks for watching. I'm really curious to see how many people watch this, because I've been on a long time, and it's gone from like 7 to 18 people and back and forth, which ultimately will probably be like 1,000, maybe 2,000 people will watch this. And yeah, in the future I'm gonna record this other than this. And if you've never had a YouTube channel, and this is sort of in a way like a cheat code. You don't have to record anything, you don't have to edit anything, you don't have to upload anything, it's just automatically done for you. And if you're going vertical, people can doom scroll into you, right? When you're going horizontal, that's not part of that ecosystem. So even though there's a bunch of crazies on here doom scrolling, people who've had their minds infected by the disease of the Republican propaganda, you know, you're gonna get sickos that are gonna say stupid, terrible things. I've seen it, but whatever. I fear not. Yeah, life is good. Love you guys. Do no harm, do no crime. Thanks for watching All Good Things in All Good Time. Aloha. Love you guys. See you soon. Whoop-pow.